Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. We're going to be running a little bit late this evening because we got canceled out a little bit earlier in the day. Our power went out. And so I'm going to be launching an impromptu late night stream. Last time we did an overnight stream, it ended up doing incredibly well. And so I'm excited to be able to jump into this one. Hopefully you guys are excited to be here as well. And so we'll go ahead and go through as people are filtering in. It's definitely outside of our normal time. B Doggy Dog, welcome in. It's definitely outside of our normal time. And so there may not be a whole bunch of people that pop in. Billy Crystal Enjoyer, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Let me make sure that our alerts are on. I think it'll pop up in just a second for you. Welcome in. Huge support as we launched into the stream. And then Makoto, welcome in as well. And so I'm actually going to be running. I'm kind of scared, but we're going to be running a little bit of a big brain deck. We're going to be running Hercules Bounce. And so I think Hercules Bounce is one that if you get a good grip on the play lines, if you're able to play it well, you can do some really cool things with it. But it's very intimidating because especially with things like Human Torch, Dagger, you really want to make sure that you drop initiative so that you can explode onto that last turn without having fear of a Killmonger, without fear of a Shadow King, those sort of cards. And so you have to be able to play around the potential opponent. And I'm interested and excited to learn. This is going to be my first time launching into Hercules decks. And so we'll see. Why is this so late? Buff Captain. Because we are on degenerate hours right now. The Tort, you said an evening stream. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. And then Rickster, welcome in. Yeah, so our stream got cut short. Our power went out for about an hour and a half earlier today. And so the stream that I was doing earlier ended up getting cut short. And last time we did an overnight stream, it was fantastic. I had a blast doing it. You guys were an absolute vibe. And so I wanted to do another late night owl stream. Buff, you said I was about to go to sleep. Now you're going to make me sleep deprived. I'm so sorry. Me and you both will be sleep deprived tomorrow. And then Junior Gamble said, good to see you. Really admire how you play Snap. I appreciate it, Mr. Gamble. I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. Before we launch into any gameplay, I am going to run a quick set of ads to start us off. That way it pushes the ads back. And so then we can really get going here with a little bit of Hercules move. And yeah, another overnight stream. The other one popped off so big that I wanted to do another one. See if we can kind of have lightning strike twice. We'll see you guys right after the ad break. We'll jump in to a couple of games. We're starting out at rank 178, which is, we're kind of holding around what we were yesterday. We were around 150. And so we've gained snap points, but of course other people are hitting infinite. And so that is something we have to take into account. So overall, the climb's been going well. Buff, you said I've been playing this deck a bit, and Shadow King is great, but you hit yourself a lot. So I don't know how that works. So the idea is like an opponent's blob. You can win a lane with Shadow King alone almost, and you typically want to have initiative that you've dropped going into that last turn. So I'm hoping I can do like Human Torch, Ghost Spider, Shadow King all in the last turn to make sure that I don't hit myself as big with the Shadow King. General, you said I may have to take some hours off work after watching the last late. I may have had to take some hours off of work after watching the last one. Well, hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Definitely make sure you're taking care of yourself, though. And so we're just about done with the ads. And so let's switch over our scenes. And I'm excited to be able to jump into this. And as long as our power doesn't go out, we are going the entire night until my daughter wakes up. And so let's go ahead and jump over into a little bit of Hercules Bounce and see how it goes for the evening. All right, so the first one of the day being Unhelpful Yoda, rank 238. We have Iron Fist and Human Torch and Beast, which are all fantastic hits for us. We have the Hercules as well to be able to make sure we trigger Human Torch an additional time. So I think we're going to go ahead and throw Iron Fist to the right. Longfellow, you said, hey TLSG, love this deck. when I have the brain capacity for it. That's what makes me nervous. Is I'll do it mid. Yeah, because we're gonna push Human Torch over. Oof. Maybe I don't have the brain capacity for it. Definitely a big oops. So we could copy the Human Torch. Get a second one, but I think maybe we copy it later. We're gonna be able to copy Beast, which is only a little bit of benefit, because when we pop it up, we'll be able to copy the higher powered Human Torch. Might be good, especially if we end up drawing Falcon. And so the Agent Coulson, we're going against an Arisham deck. I do have an Arisham deck built out as well, just in case we end up wanting to. Ooh, never punished. Goodness. We're gonna be able to pull the Human Torch over with Ghost Spider, pull them both back in with the Beast, and then we're gonna be able to really start setting that thing ablaze. So very fortunate. Always cracked. Yeah, it is always cracked. We just knew we were going to top deck the Ghost Spider, I guess. So we're going to pull it all back in. We have a really big Human Torch that's going to be starting to really elevate here. Arrow Sun. All right, welcome into the live stream. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We do get the Falcon as well. And so we could do something like Hercules, Iron Fist, Human Torch into Ghost Spider, and then next turn we pull all of those back up. The issue might become winning another lane though. I guess Dagger can move a couple of times. And so yeah, I like this one. We're gonna launch this in. Then you can Herc into Fist into Ghost Spider. Yeah, for an easy peasy 64 power torch right off the jump. Doc Ock, okay. No, don't pull Falcon. Oh no, we're gonna be sitting dead in the water then. We won't be able to pull them back in, unfortunately. Definitely a little bit rough. At least it's not going to be completely capped out. We'll be able to play into the right lane, but it's definitely not as ideal. Watch the big numbers go burr. Yeah, we're afraid of a Shang-Chi now. Just get that Shadow King snipe. So, I mean, they could have a Shang-Chi pretty easily. And so we are a little bit worried about that one. Maybe we do something like Sage into a hope of nothingness skip. We don't have any other move cards though, or move enablers. You have time, everything's cheap. Yeah, but they have to have a Shang-Chi, Shadow King, and we don't have our move tools. Nico would be the only thing that could enable like a dagger. If we had Nocturne, we could try to turn off Limbo. I think we have to retreat out of this one. I think the Doc Ock hit us a little bit too hard buff. Mr. Mist, you're still streaming? Man, I've woken up a few hours ago. No, so I actually just restarted. We're 8 minutes in. The other one got cut short. Yeah, we're going to jump out of this one, unfortunately. We'll give him a good old sweat emoji. It was starting to hit really good, but the Doc Ock kind of broke everything apart. And then Soda Pop, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic evening. But Mr. Mist, our power ended, or I guess our power shut off midday, and so the stream was cut short. And so instead, I waited till everyone went to sleep, and we're gonna do another late night, overnight stream because the last one did incredibly well. I want to see if we can strike thunder, strike lightning twice. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic one so far. Next up, we do have Cocoa Bird. This deck needs too much brain power. Thanos better. This deck does require a lot of brain power. Sometimes it's good to hold your movement tools until later. We're going to see if maybe we can find a way to big brain it. Is Hercules doing work, or is he just there for role playing? He does some decent work. I do like him in this like bounce shell at being able to help set up like those enablers. So I kind of think we play this one slow since we don't have any way to pull these cards back in. I think we play it a little bit slower than normal. Especially if you get like a Falcon or a Beast going, Hercules can make your cards like ridiculously big. Got a sub for Sage/Nocturne. Those are just good big additional cards. With this deck, you often skip till 3. Yeah, I could see that. So Sage or Nocturne, those are just kind of big power plays that can fill in the gaps. So any other card that could potentially do that, I think would be good. So Nico will copy a card. We have cloning vats that can copy it as well. almost want a Hercules into an additional Hercules, and then we start making our Iron Fist and Human Torch just kind of bounce around. With the Ravona, we have to look out for, it's the Kitty Pryde shell. Sorry to hear about the power problems. I'm out of town, but my wife said we got ours back pretty quickly. We got ours, it wasn't too terribly long before we got ours back, but the issue was, that the storm came through, or a storm came through, and they've kind of just like spotty fixed it, and so it went out. I think somebody may have like cut a line or something. It came back after about an hour and a half, but at that point the stream had went down, and so we had to get a little bit creative. I wanted to make sure I had a good length of time to launch back into another stream. All right. And so we're going to go ahead and I think we play Falcon here. That's going to move into the Hercules lane. It's going to bounce somewhere else. We're going to get a copy of it back into our hand. And then we could always potentially play Ghost Spider to pull it one more time, but I think we just kind of slow play it. That gives us the ability to move our Vulture a couple more times. So I think maybe we don't even need to. Maybe we just do this. Eddie XP, welcome in. The torch will scale higher. So the torch into a move. So the copied one, the torch will be bigger. All right. All right, we'll do that. And then maybe we just throw Nocturne for giggles. Let's go ahead and do it. And then Liquid Gloves. Are you winning? We don't know yet. The first game, we ended up retreating. Iron Man into a Mystique and copying both of those is definitely very, very scary here. But they're going to have a way to bring it the rest of the way home. And right now, the Kitty Pryde does not do that. And so Human Torch scale once, bounce over into the other Hercules, so it's going to move one additional time. We're going to have a 16 power Human Torch that we're going to copy into our hand, which is crazy. Crazy how quickly that can elevate. Alright, so we can throw, like, Iron Fist into the Human Torch again. It bounces. And then, where do we want it to end? Because an Iron Man, Mystique... Perk, let's go. And then we could do Ghost Spider to pull it back into, like, a Sage. Or do we even or do we give up the right lane? I think this is fine. We're going to launch into the double Mystique lane. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's solid, because if they're going to compete for one of the other ones, they're going to use most of their energy, and so this doesn't get too huge too quickly. Plus a potential, like, 80-something power Human Torch is nothing to sneeze at. Ugh. We take those. We take the retreats where we can, especially running the Hercules move bounce, which is just such a wild deck. And then Charchoco, he said, I hope they bring back Arrow. She's been collecting dust for too long. I agree. All right, next up we have a Logical Knot. Give him the good old fist bump to introduce in. We do have Iron Fist, Human Torch, but let's go ahead and wait for a few of our other pieces to make sure that we can pull our cards back in, or do whatever we end up needing to. Moving the dagger into the mid is actually going to be decent because it gets at least 6. And we do have Falcon as a way to pull these back in. But to do that, we do need a little bit smaller hand size. So we either go ahead and... I think we go ahead and move the Human Torch. Just because it plays into our curve. We could potentially draw into Ghost Spider before the Falcon. And then we're going to pull into a lot of these. So I'm not sure if we Falcon dead this lane or this game. So I'm just going to do the Iron Fist then. Also, they need to do a series drop. Way too many Series 5 of now. Yeah. You're in a really bad position for this game. Beast helps it out, right? Iron Fist isn't great over there. The 3 tokens will come in first. Yeah, I know the 3 tokens will come in first. But we can get through most of our hand, like, if we wanted to. And it still becomes kind of iffy. So dagger move, we get a 6 cost or 6 power one. We could pull it in with beast, but maybe 1, 2, 3. We'd pull in the Iron Fist. And then that would give us the option to potentially do beast here. I think you're right. It does oof, words are tough. It does definitely get kind of clunky kind of quick. How were the doggos during the 4th? They were actually not too bad. Shadow King really makes you vulnerable to Loki. Any reason, that's the tech choice here. A lot of blobs that are floating around right now. And so into the debris is kind of rough. There's a lot of blobs floating around right now. A lot of times you can use Beast like strategically to pull in and make sure you drop initiative. And so that was kind of the thought process behind it. So we can push into mid and then beast it on 5 to drop initiative. But we have to look out for a Doc Ock next turn. And then Chewy said, it's my first time to watch you live. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you enjoyed the live stream. It's a little bit later night than what we normally do. But hopefully it is a good stream nonetheless. I think we're going to try to pick up mid. Although that would only give us relatively weak power. Still gonna do it. Gives us a decent dagger. We can kind of spread it around. Zombie Lemon, late night stream. We are hitting up the late night stream. The last one went so incredibly well that I wanted to push another one. See if we could do some other really cool things. See if we have another great one. Plus, it's kind of easy to jump into a stream late at night and not have to worry about like the house or different things that might need attention. And so there could end up doing Doc Ock, which becomes kind of scary. Without the move enablers, we only have Ghost Spider left in our deck. Still kind of think we pull up this middle lane to make sure that we have a place to play it. We're looking at a standard like junk deck, so we have to look out for Doc Ock, we have to look out for Cannonball, potentially like a Green Goblin. Definitely a Nightwalker. Well, Choco, welcome to the team. Looks like we are leaning that way ourselves. So the Cannonball to the left pushes our Raptor, but it looks like they didn't have Doc Ock. No, as a dad, I completely understand. Night is you time. That's it exactly. And even when I was little, I kind of enjoyed the me time. So if we play the Dagger Human Torch now, we're susceptible to those counterplays in like the Shadow King. So maybe we do something like this. We hold those, that lets us draw, and then we kind of see where it's going to be best to play it. I think we're going to slow play this. Try to make sure we don't have initiative going into the last turn. And then General Sergeant. I did hit your hydrate. I just didn't mention it, but I appreciate the reminder. Ren, you said I'm on a lunch break now, so I can watch you. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. So we could set this down to 10 with Shadow King, but that's still going to be just way too big of a lane. Ooh, and we still have initiative. Rough. It would end up needing to be like this. And I don't think that's great. They did slam both of their high power plays here. So we'd be looking out for like Shang-Chi. Shadow King, I think, is another really scary one against us. But I think we stay into this. It just looks like maybe they didn't hit their good pulls. Definitely an awkward game. But we might be able to pull it out somehow. So the double drop is expected here. The Sage, the Shang-Chi, we pull it out. Without a doubt at all, we are able to pull it out. Oof. I do think the Nico transforming into the demon was a big kind of pivotal point. That's a wild game. It is an absolutely wild game. Stacking Cannonball and Red Hulk early was really, really strange. But I think they were looking to cap out one of our lanes and kind of get it where we were stuck in the power that we had. But we'll take those. We'll take them every time. Did I hate the default profile picture? Oh, the avatar? So next up we have that Silk. Is that a Silk avatar? Next up we have Silk. Deck still needs Thanos or Arsham. So I actually have an Arsham deck built out if we want to run it later. So we have the Ghost Spider, the Human Torch, or the Ghost Spider, the Iron Fist, and the Nico. And then Griffin, we are back. We are so back, Griffin. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. So Nora Dimension gets really, really clunky really quickly. I think we go Iron Fist into Vulture, which pushes over into Asgard. So it's either that or we do Vulture here into a Ghost Spider pull on 4 to stack them all together. I like either one. How's it going? It's going well, Brown Boy. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. The Spotlight Silk from a while ago. I like the avatar. It looks pretty sleek. Then Mirror Dimension comes down. So we could either push for Dagger, but I like the idea of doing Vulture, that just the flat scale. Ends up being pretty big. We have Ghost Spider to pull into Asgard so that we can draw additional cards. And we'll go from there. And then Rainbow Pit, second stream today. It is the second stream. The first one got cut short. It was, my power surged or went out for a couple hours. And so it got cut much shorter than I wanted to. I just clicked on the Surfer Hawk video, and the effect of you and old you talking at the same time was so weird. Oops. All right, we can do Ghost Spider to pull him over, and then Nocturne to try to win this Asgard as well. And then not Tim Phillips, she said, "What's up, mate? Using your anti-Arsham deck got me 73 to 95 in an hour. That is such a huge jump. I love to hear whenever a deck does that well for you." And so we're going to try to win both left and right. That would cap out our hand, but it would stop them from getting that additional draw as well. So Gwynpool in a movement deck is kind of crazy. Miles Morales is big. We do lose the right lane. And then Shoulder Tap hitting us with the emote-only chat. And so we're going to launch into that for the next 2 minutes. Enjoy, you guys. So we do get the Hercules, but no move enablers as of yet. And so maybe it comes down to like Nico. Might even destroy our Human Torch into Hercules. We don't have, oh man, but that's just going to draw Beast Falcon. Both of those are at the bottom of our deck. That's rough. We don't really need the additional draw, I guess. We do have Shadow King that sets this one back to base. So maybe we throw something like Shadow King now. That would give us the ability to like Sage, see what Nico hits next turn. Not fantastic. We're going to see what it looks like. Okay, the Professor X in Asgard. We don't have a lot of movement over there, though. And then it copies a card. This would be our best shot. Making it 1, 4, 5, 6, or 2, 4, 6. It's just a 6 power Sage, though, which is definitely not big. I guess they could move Jeff over, and that would potentially give us like a 10 power one. Only one more cube. I think we see it play out. And it does look like that is it for the emote only chat. As we'll click it off. And so Hercules jumps the Jeff over to the right. The Jin We're going to get, what is it, 2, 4, 6, 8 power Sage, which is not anything to... No, just... it does bring it up to... Oh, never mind. We're going to get cooked here. The Captain Marvel. Ooh, and then the White Widow. Comes down to a point differential, actually, right? Tickler, blaming... I can't believe we won that one either. My goodness. Tickler, you said blaming TLSG for making me return to Snap. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it since we've been back. Good morning from Germany. Love to see move decks. Love to see move decks. It's doing decently for us so far. We still have a lot of climb, a lot of stream left, but so far so good. We absolutely take those. Hercules actually won a game. I think he's definitely, especially in like this shell, he's underrated. He does some pretty cool things in this shell. But it does, I think this one definitely has a little bit higher skill cap than some other decks. You can't necessarily just like vomit your power out onto the board. And then Zero Youth, why so late? We had to fit one in where we could. Oh. So next up we have Sir Stizzy. We're going to skip on turn number 1. We do have Falcon to pull in our 1 cost, so Ghost Spider. Nico, depending on the spell that she generates. The movement one is not a bad one to see. And so I think we Nico into next turn doing a Falcon. We can do it here, over, and then pull it in with Ghost Spider. Or we just leave it on the board. Even if we don't get Beast, we do have Falcon to be able to pull him back in. Glad to see you, though, not complaining. No, I appreciate you being here, Zero Youth. And so let's go ahead and definitely do a Vulture in mid. Next turn, looks like a Ghost Spider into Falcon, pulling those back in, which would allow us to have our movement tools one additional time. Also, Cosmo is great in this deck because you don't bounce the stuff back. Because if you don't bounce it, you almost always have Cryo. I agree. I think the Shadow King can be a lot of cards here. I just like it for its potential value. We have a lot of cards that are kind of going unchecked at being able to scale. I do wish I could do Hercules and then Ghost Spider. But we'll go ahead and do Ghost Spider, move into... I think I'm going to go ahead and drop Hercules. And we'll put it into mid. Because I don't think we'll need the extra in that lane. Shadow King is strong right now. I agree. I think he has a lot of strengths right now, especially with Twinpool, with Athena, Angela, Blob. There's just so many solid targets that he can hit. We do get the Iron Fist. We could always Sage into Falcon. We'll have Ghost Spider to pull whatever we end up moving over into Danger Room, so we don't have to worry about it getting offset quite as much. I love Heimdall move decks, and just shoving Eliath in one. Can play around Heimdall and Eliath, win so many cubes. I do like the surprise last turn big shift of like the Eliath or the Shadow King. Let's see what they ended up going with. The Omega Red. Zabu, Ant-Man, Howard. Is this a Spectrum ongoing deck? If so, we should win the left lane with the 15 power Vulture, I think. We don't have any other ones that scale off of the power yet. So it could end up looking something like... think we're just going to go big in the right lane. The Nocturne move is going to change this one so then these don't have the risk of being destroyed. That's after they play. So it would come down to if they have a way to clear the throne room, which I don't think they're going to. Onslaught's kind of crazy here. Interesting. It's not going to do it because we do have the ability to play here, but very interesting as a finisher. Doubling down on that Omega Red to get the 6 guaranteed in the right lane. We'll take it. We'll take a win where we can. Victory. It hasn't felt like any of these are just like crazy straightforward or easy games, but we found a way to claw our way or fight our way into each of them so far. England or Spain? I don't know enough about the matchup to know for sure. And so just off of gut, I would say Spain. Boop, it's coming home. Oh, the victor? Are they bringing it back home? Next up, we have I Eat Adobo. The first location is Monster Island. We do have Beast to pull our cards back in. We have Hercules, which is going to be a great enabler. And so we're going to start with just a little bit of slow passing here. Zero, you said I've been having success with the deck I built. That's. Do you want to see like the overall stats or just mine, Notorious? So the Scorpion ended up hitting a lot of our cards here. I think we just play Misty Knight out. Even though we can play more, I think we're just going to slow play it. We're looking for our movement enablers here. Leonardo, maybe I should cook adobo tonight. Look it up on YouTube. Okay, I will a little bit later. Just yours. So I haven't played a whole lot with it, but I can. I'll absolutely show my stats after this one. We haven't hit any big cubes since we've started, but I don't know that we've dropped any games either. So the Nebula to the right ends up starting at 3. We do have Hercules coming down, which gives us a lane to get our cards. I guess we maybe should have played it into mid. I don't really care for Hercules to the right, now that I think about it. Because then the Iron Fist is really tough to trigger, because you have to start over and move it in a different direction. All right, let's start with the Nocturne. We're still looking for Iron Fist, Ghost Spider, even Nico to a degree. I find this deck is really good with Hulkbuster for move enabler shenanigans. I could see that. I could see it being pretty good for that. Man, still nothing. I guess we go ahead and throw the Vulture out. My goodness. What a dud hand. Surprising non-meta deck serve, I think. Yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a get out type of game. But right now, it's not for any additional risk, so we're going to stay for the moment. And then we'll go from there. And then Griffin, you said, got to finish up work, but I'm so glad to see you back. We'll definitely be tuning in. I appreciate it, Griffin. Hopefully the remainder of your work goes well, and that we catch you in here in just a little bit. Woof. All of our movement tools were left in the bottom of our deck, so let's go ahead and retreat out for 1. That's okay. No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul at that point. And then Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day or evening, depending on what time it is for you. We're glad to see you here regardless. So let's go ahead and look at... Ooh, wrong scene. The stats so far for it. So far they're good. 4-1. It goes down to 4-2. But we're still positive 5 cubes. for 8.83 per game. And so right now we're at a 66.7% win rate, which is definitely not bad for starting off with a deck, especially being move and requiring a big brain that I don't always have. And so I'm going to be launching into a quick set of ads so it doesn't run in the middle of the game. And so we'll queue up into a game or a match here in just a second. Don't go anywhere, you guys. You're spoiling us with all this streaming. I hope you're able to continue doing it more going forward. That would be the goal. And then boosting, I think I said it, but welcome in. The goal would be to be able to do more streaming more often. But once I return to work, it's going to end up being Fridays and just Fridays for a while, which not just move big brain, but bounce move big brain on top of that. Yeah, it's definitely one that's not in my comfort list wheelhouse, but I do like to jump out of that wheelhouse every once in a while, especially for something like this, which I think is very, very strong. And I think the kind of core of it stands for itself in like those move enablers, the Hercules. And since we picked him up last week, but we were excited to grind a few of the other decks. I've been looking forward to trying him out. I've just been a little bit hesitant or nervous. And so looks like we have just a little bit of time left on the ads. And so we're going to jump back in. That way they maybe miss the first couple of seconds of the game, but nothing too serious. And so first up we have Kindle. I guess next up, not first up. Next up we have Kindle. The first location is X Mansion. We do have Ghost Spider to be able to be a move enabler for Vulture. The Destroy spell for Nico is not necessarily anything we ever look forward to in this one. Might get Shadow King value in this game. Nice, I got a bonus greeting, double value. I mean, sometimes it's nice to have that double greeting. So we could copy the Vulture if we wanted to. We could also copy the Ghost Spider to be able to have a second one. Be able to do some double move shenanigans. I do like keeping the Nico down though. So just to slow play it a little bit, I'm going to go Nocturne. And then we'll see. If we get another move card, so like the Human Torch or the Dagger, maybe we move something else other than the Vulture, but we'll see. The Dagger does come down. Nico will turn into a demon. So let's do something like Vulture into Ghost Spider mid. Zero cost Ghost Spider sounds nice. Yeah, and the duplicate version of it sounds nice too. I don't know. Having a card that will either surprise, move a location also sounded pretty good. So I think we're going to move the Vulture over into mid. Eventually we'll move it out, I'm sure, which we'll be able to use Shadow King to offset the Medusa. I think we probably end up moving our Nocturne over into Dark Dimension. Not a bad card. We may not be able to end up moving him, but definitely not a bad card at all. So this one turns into giving the next card we play a bonus. B-Dog, you said I just had the easiest 4-cube read of the day. Turn 3 had the location flip of the fill location with this card. The Bar of Sinister. He snapped. I immediately snapped back because I had priority flipped into Nocturne. He retreated before his assuming White Widow even flipped. Oof, that one's a rough. Yeah, Dark Dimension is annoying here, so I think we're just gonna take it away to give ourselves more space. And then with the discount, I'm also gonna just skip with the rest of our energy. We have a lot, but I don't think we need to play anything. Legion into the Monster Metropolis, which was gonna end up being the Dark Dimension. And so super unfortunate for him. This ends up getting completely capped out. We just need to be able to beat 26, which we may be able to do. Depending on it, oh, never mind. This is the last turn and we don't have any way to move our cards. And so something like... He can move the... Oh yeah, he can move the wolf. That's true. Also 2 turns. Yeah, but we won't be able to pull anything in. So we would have to rely on like Iron Fist next turn. And so 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 power if we did this. We need to beat 9 at the very least, I think. 4, 6, 8, and then 10 from the werewolf. I think that's what we're going to do. Even if they pull werewolf out, it gives us the extra bonus on Sage that goes over the top of Mockingbird. And then, Uni, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. The Loki comes down, and they only had one card that it copied into whatever they draw here. Oh, Nico, move right is a beautiful one. Ooh, and we also have Iron Fist. So beautiful. So we could do Iron Fist easy and Nico, yeah. And so then I think we go Human Torch right. We go Iron Fist, Dagger left. Dagger shenanigans? Absolutely some Dagger shenanigans. I think we're going to do this. That'll give us, we already have an okay lead here. That'll give us a little bit more push in the right. A big push in the left as well. Iron Fist right. But Human Torch is going to move right. Because we did Nico into Human Torch, that's going to move over here. And so we want the space for the Human Torch to move. Unless we're pushing it like Human Torch mid. Hey, what happened to the location? We had Legion come down. Oh, ooh. I almost choked there, putting Dagger back in the left. Alright, so the Human Torch pushing over to the right will give us a little bit of a bump. If they take away this Sage, they have a way to come back in this lane. But Shang-Chi. Okay, so they take out mid. Comes down to if they can beat this lane. Falcon pulling the left back in. This scales. Ooh. The werewolf move ended up getting us. And then, yeah, the Shang-Chi as well. But had we not been super greedy in the left lane, I think there was a chance we could have pulled that one. We probably should have been able to win that one. Focusing a little bit more. Nice move, that's all. It was a good move. Stacking into mid gave them that extra reach they needed. Should Knock be Cloak, since I feel like we don't have enough move nailers? Potentially. And they had one turn to top deck that because they only had 2 cards, and so it's unfortunate, but nonetheless, it was a nice play. It was the Shang-Chi W. So next up we have Kitty Enjoyer, we have the Nico, we have a Ghost Spider, we have a Beast. So we do have some new move enablers for this game, and we have Beast to pull it back in and drop initiative. And then Harsh Vardhan, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And so Miniaturized Lab in mid. The Kitty Pride comes down, and then Thena as well. So we have to look out for that. We have the Shadow King eventually to be able to offset the movement of it. I almost want to take away the Gamma Lab location. Otherwise, we're going to play something like Nocturne and only change one card into a Hulk. I think that's fine. They do 2 cards, though, which is unfortunate. The Angela Kitty Pride. So that becomes an uphill battle really quickly. We do have some really good move tools here. I think we do, but Miniaturized Lab is rough. Very long time no see. Zenoxa, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. Oh, woof. So I think we pull over to the left, and then we're just looking for a big movement into Miniaturized Lab on that last turn. So looking like Iron Fist, Vulture move, Human Torch, maybe a Nico as well. This is a rough one. Gwynpool coming down is scary. In the Thena Kitty Pryde shell. I hate Miniaturized Lab when playing moves so much. Yeah, it definitely disrupted everything that we wanted to do here. We can queue up an Iron Fist into a Vulture move, Human Torch move. We also have Shadow King if we need to offset the Thena. I think this one ends up being a loss because we can't really do much with a location that's locked completely down. He said, "Hey TLSG, been having fun, a ton of fun with the Clutter deck. That has been the mini move package in it. Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. I think that one's very, very strong, very solid." So the Thena does scale one additional time. We have to look out for, I guess, a Juggernaut. But we can move Vulture. We can... Shadow King the left into an Iron Fist, but I don't think that does it for us. Falcon and Shadow King to Bob and Craven for the content. For the content. No, I don't think I can throw Bob into it. We're going to bounce out of this one, unfortunately. And then I don't think the notification popped up. We were in the wrong scene. Notorious DWP. I apologize. The notification didn't pop up, but thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. I really dig the beard look. I think once it gets to a certain point, I do like it. Buff Captain, you said gotta go, it's late. I should have been sleeping an hour ago. I appreciate you staying in for a little while anyways, Buff Captain. Hopefully you get a good night's sleep, and we'll catch you around on the next one.
Escaped.
And then Fresh Pilk. I didn't realize that was you, Pilk. I didn't realize you changed your your name. But I do like the beard look. It's just usually for work I end up shaving it, but I've been off for the last 2 weeks now. So I figured might as well grow it out. I'm gonna have fun when I have Gwynpool. Gonna buff my Galactus to 12. I've seen some people try to do that. You could do it in maybe an Arsham shell to get it out a little bit earlier. Might be a decent line. Miniaturized Lab into that one? Yeah. That's not a card that the opposite of Goose is there? Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, it did end that one. We can queue up Nico. It's already in the movement spell. So I think we queue up Nico to the right. That allows us to do Vulture, move it over. We can beast both of those back in if we want to. Otherwise, Dark Dimension becomes kind of tough on this one too. So the Hellfire Club, let's go ahead and skip on 2. White Widow comes down. We could always try to maybe beast that back in if we needed to. But I think we can reasonably... Oof. Pull it together. So we're going to destroy our own Nico here, unfortunately. Another set of kind of tough locations for us. Like, this one doesn't completely end our potential of being able to move cards, but it definitely doesn't make it easy. An opposite of Goose card would be interesting. And so a card that you can only play 4, 5, and 6 costs, that would be kind of an interesting. It'd be like kind of that balance. 2 bad location games without Nocturne. Yeah. And then we do top deck the Nocturne, which is nice. We can use that to change the Dark Dimension. And then we'll see. Maybe we pull Vulture back in. Maybe we just leave it be. It almost feels like cheating when you pull the cards that you put in the Arsham deck and you just play your cards +1 max energy. Yeah. It always feels like you're cheating just a little bit on that one for sure. So, do we leave the Vulture or do we do something like this? That would allow us to get rid of the Widow's Kiss. We'd get a 4-power Sage, which is okay. And leave the Vulture in Warrior Falls.
Victory.
Whatever they were hiding in Dark Dimension, they did not want us to find it. We get the retreat. We'll take the cube where we can. The fact that Arsham decks have like 6 pull 5 cards. Yeah, Arsham is another, it's like the new age Thanos, where you have like just really new strong cards. And it's really hard to build a cheaper budget. You can with Arsham, but it just gets better the more like depth you have in your cards and in your collection. They didn't want to show their cards, yeah. And for 1 cube, I don't blame them. Hazmat Clutter dropping. Okay, Vosh. We have to look out for the Hazmat Clutter from Vosh. I do appreciate him dropping though. We have Hercules this time. It's been a couple of games since we've seen it. I want to try an Arsham Destroy deck. I'm curious how consistent that would be. It's an interesting concept though. I have a feeling that Arsham might be a little too strong. Without having an enabler into it, I could agree. I think Arsham is like very scary with how consistent it can eventually become. So we could use Nico to copy the Hercules. Either that or we just throw Nocturne as a way to kind of protect some of our cards. Definitely a sad Hazmat pull, but it was also a sad Ghost Spider pull. I think I'm going to copy the Hercules. Plus the energy? Yeah. I think they said that their control lever for that is typically going to be like add more cards in. Don't like the Hercules play anymore. With this left lane, this is really close to being full, and so I think we need to do Nocturne. Nocturne could turn off Crimson Cosmos. It could turn off Altar of Death. We get a second one. Copy the Herc. Yeah, but I think we're going to have our locations almost full, and so then we wouldn't really be able to bounce our cards around like we would want. I agree it's the fun line, but yeah. So we have another Nocturne. That helps us protect against any kind of junk that they throw our way. I'm going to go ahead and play our second Nocturne out. After that, we can turn off Crimson Cosmos whenever we want to. We could turn off Altar of Death if we feel like we need to, but we might also just be able to win with our positive power. Being the Hood, the Mysterio, I'm thinking they're probably running like an not an Arsham deck. There's too many A names. It's not Eliath. The one that sends our cards over. Annihilus, thank you so much. For what? All 3 of those A names, I end up getting twisted in my head. So now we could do... We could sacrifice the Iron Fist. We open up mid. We can move Nocturne to open up 1 space in the left lane. But with the Widow's Kiss, that becomes unfortunate. So I don't think Hercules is our right play either. I am going to do it, though. Nihilus could win the Altar of Death. Yeah, I agree. That was a big donation into the Altar of Death. My goodness. All right, so we could move the Nocturne into a flat Vulture move, or into Dagger plus Vulture Sage to the right. We give up mid. Or we give up left, I guess. Because Dagger would move here and then bounce back into Jotunheim. Hope they don't play into the altar. I mean, but what do they have that they could play? Well, I guess they have 8 energy, so they have quite a bit they could play. They could play something and then like a Cersei. The Sage might be enough to scale over it. So the dagger bouncing back into mid gives us a pretty good amount of scaling on it. It's a 15 power card. We do lose the left because of it. Shang-Chi is unfortunate. We do in the right, but we go too heavy in mid, and we end up taking the loss. We could have just kept left alone and then played these, but once again, very good read on the Shang-Chi play, unfortunately for us. But Vosh, she said, I thought you were gonna kill the Altar of Death like 3 times. we were slow playing it. We were biding our time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. But you got us in the end. Really good Shang-Chi on that middle lane. Next up we have a Sky Zoro. It's a good game. It was my only play. It was a good one. It definitely got done what you needed to get done. So they drop Hood into the big house right off the bat. Could be a bounce deck. Could be an Annihilus deck. Dark Dimension pops up again. It's really kind of unfortunate. Go ahead and skip here. We have Hercules we can throw, but I think we do Nocturne first. Oof, into the Sanctum Sanctorum. Out of these locations. We could win the Sanctum Sanctorum with a really good Nico top deck into the right spell. But it's rough. It is definitely a rough game. So the Carnage takes out the Hood. I'm going to take this one away this turn because I am curious what it ends up looking like. We could also win it with like the Hercules bouncing a card over into Sanctum. But I think we're decently okay here. We have Shadow King if they end up doing...
Victory!
Moves like Sanctum Sanctorum. Yeah, especially with the Hercules coming down. They didn't want to show their cards in Dark Dimension either. We're getting a whole bunch of crazy 1-cube retreats. But we'll take them. We'll take the 1-cubes. We can chip away at our grind 1 cube at a time. Any day of the week. And so let's look at our updated stats. I had a little bit of a dry streak, but I think we're still pushing above 50. Just barely, but we are pushing above 50. Next up, we have Spider, the friendly neighborhood. Do you think they'll nerf Mockingbird? I do. I think Mockingbird is entirely too versatile for what she is and what she can do.
Oh, snap.
So we have a couple of movement tools in our Iron Fist. We have Falcon to pull them back in, and then New York is always going to be great for the movement. And so let's go ahead and do Iron Fist. And then I think Human Torch is our next line. The peak's not great though. It's it starts as snowballing much slower. We also have the dagger, but we have Falcon to use on 3 now. Could have been worse. Oh, you're streaming another all-nighter? The last one went incredibly well. And so it's 1 a.m. my time as well, Zombie. And so the last one went incredibly well. I wanted to see if we can kind of strike fire twice. When do you even sleep? Very, very little. So Teelan's going to be a little rough. I almost think we dagger Ghost Spider. That way we have Beast, we can pull these back in, we can redraw Falcon. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Been getting some serious rough, right? Wait. RNG? Yeah. Definitely some rough RNG. I think they nerf it from like a 5.9 to a 5.7 on Mockingbird, by the way. And then Ook, you said a good morning, although it is deep night in US. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. my time. Ooh, we're not going to change cards. So they did us kind of a solid. Let's go ahead and drop the Falcon. They can always re-trigger Peak with the other Snow Guard card, which is a little bit scary. But we do know that New York is going to be in play going into turn number 6. So we have a couple of move enablers. We can start snowballing our Human Torch if we want to. Or we do maybe a Vulture. We have Shadow King, but with the Hawk, it doesn't get incredibly big. We could Iron Fist, Vulture, pull it over. That's going to get pretty large. But looking at their deck, Snow Guard, Hawk, I would think Shang-Chi would be built into it. Maybe we're all right with that. I think we're going to opt for the Vulture instead of Human Torch this game. I know that he scales a little bit higher, but then we'll have a little bit better option of deciding whether we want to move to the left or not. Rainbow, you said just went today from 70 to 90, playing yesterday in today's deck. That's huge, Rainbow Pit. I'm so glad that they're working for you. Because I do like to, whenever I feature a deck, to make sure that it's one that is really actually viable. So it's always good to hear, because sometimes you'll post a deck and people say, oh, it's just trash. Even if you had incredibly good luck, some people are just going to dog on it regardless. So we could do maybe a little bit of movement into something like that. Comes down to a gut read of what they're going to play. And if they go with a Shang-Chi, it depends on where they play the Shang-Chi. But we do force a retreat here. We'll take 2. We'll take a 2-cube retreat anytime that we can. And then Uki said, by the way, I just finished your recent YouTube video. I'll probably swap Mockingbird for Gladiator. A little risk, but there's synergy with Surfer and Forge. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, a lot of times in that deck, Mockingbird ends up just being like a 3/9, so it's not a huge deficit. Unless you end up going the Brood and the Absorbing Man. How do you feel about Gwen so far? I like her. I could see her fitting and finding her way into a lot of decks moving forward. I do think she's a card that has quite a bit of potential. So next up, oh, okay. Next up, we have Move Enthusiast. The White Hot Room is the left lane. We're going to go ahead and skip here and see what kind of Move Enthusiast they really are. So Makari's going to come out of our hand. We're going to go ahead and... Hard to pass up a Nico movement. So I think I'm going to Nico Vulture. I love Surfer decks, and my list was not working, so I had to try yours, and yes, they're both amazingly fun. Just played an 11 Brood, which is so wild. We could do a Vulture move. We have Falcon to pick up the Nico, or pick back up the Nico. I think we go ahead and move it into mid. Someone is excited to play you. And they may have realized that we were playing a movement deck. Maybe. Ooh. Magic. What kind of movement deck runs Magic? So we can pull Nico back in with Falcon. Or we can do... We can always do Falcon into like a Sage plus Beast on 5. And That'll double the power of Falcon. We can play it one more time. Marvel buffs are spicy. Wait. I was also thinking I might simply play Gladiator into Cosmo lane. Oh, and not care about it. Yeah, not care about it. Yeah, and I do like whenever Captain Marvel gets hit as well. Wong ends up being really scary. We do have Iron Fist. I don't think we have the space in our hand for this now. If we did, we wouldn't draw. Maybe it ends up being this. Wait, we didn't play a movement card, did we? What was I thinking? Iron Fist, dagger move over into Beast. Makari would go back down if he Beast. That's true. But I think we'll at least slow start the dagger movement. But yeah, I think you're right. I think she would allow us to draw. Ooh, and it does look like ads. I missed the snooze. Ads are about to start, you guys. Oh my goodness, Iron Fist goes left. Whew. We're not picking her. We're not picking her back up. For whatever reason, I was thinking it popped over to the right. I was thinking of the Nico spell. The cracks are already starting to shine through with the movement shell. So we can change the right lane. Wong Mystique is always very scary. We do have Shadow King. That might be a way for us to pull home some power. But if they don't do anything big this turn, we messed up by having priority here. Ooh, wait. Wait. I think it's Panther. I don't want to snap into it. Sarah Surfer? Yeah, I agree. But I think with this, it's surprising to rip away Limbo without anything else on the board. I kind of want to snap into it, but we're just going to launch this. I think this one wins, because I think they do go heavy into Shuri's Lab. The order? Wait, did I not do... I did this one, right? Uni, he had me second guessing myself. Wait. Surfer already? Why? What was their finisher after that?
Victory.
Got 2 Deadpool ads. At least it's on theme. A Rainbow Pit. Let's go. Is this the new schedule? Taskmaster. Ooh, maybe Taskmaster. I could see Taskmaster copying the Sage. I could see it. I'm not sure if this is the new schedule or not. It depends on how this stream goes. We have a lot of big competition during the normal daytime streams, and so we have your Jeff, your sometimes Dexter, Dara, and so it's really tough to get a lot of traction going. And I think maybe overnight streams, at least for a little bit, might be kind of nice. I can reach a different audience than I normally do. But earlier, my power surged. It went out for 2 hours. And so it wasn't enough time when it came back for me to launch a stream before my daughter got home. So instead, we're just doing a late night stream. The first one that we did was insane. And so I wanted to see if maybe we can have another one that's just as good. And then Real Recluta, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Did he already see the Nico? No, I don't think he saw the Nico. So Luke's bar allows us to do some pretty cool things with our Iron Fist. Well, let's go ahead and skip for now. Yeah, Europe Chad's joining in. I appreciate you guys being able to be here and just enjoying the content. Where's the laundry basket? The laundry basket is now a toy basket for my daughter. So she acquired it. Not a very Europe-friendly schedule. Oh, is it not? With Mystique, it almost looked like a negative surfer. I agree. But capping out the lane if you thought there was one additional turn always seems kind of strange. All right, so we have Shuri's Lab once again. We have Sage. We don't have a lot of huge cards. Let's go ahead and Nocturne into Shuri's Lab. Either that or we Nocturne into Muir Island and turn it off, but... So wholesome. Insanity, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Hercules is a beautiful sight because we can do some kind of cool things around... Ooh, and Boofin.
Snap.
I see your snap and I raise you a snap. Let's go ahead and go Iron Fist in...
Victory.
We don't get to do anything. Nothing ends up being able to get going yet. Goodness. Officially infinite. All credit to your deck. That is incredible. Not Tim Phillips. I'm glad that you were able to hit it. Which one was it that you ran? The one from today? And then Cal Rosie, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. It looks like we are launching into emote-only chat for a couple of minutes. And so you guys enjoy, show off all of the streamers that you support. I love to see all of the variety. We're going to launch into it. And then let's continue jumping into a few games. It's been really hard to get some like deep games going. It's been a lot of 1 and 2 cube matches. But we are back up to 64% win rate with it. So we're slowly making our way there. So next up, speaking of Dexter, next up we have Dexter. We have the Ghost Spider for our movement pool. We have Beast to pull these back in. And Dagger is our only movement card so far. Ooh, and then Iron Fist as well. And so some really good movement tools for us, but just a little bit later on. So we're going to go ahead and skip on turn number 2. White Widow's a little unfortunate with the clutter, but I don't know that many people are running full junk. So we'll see. Miniaturized Lab is also always unfortunate. But at least it's to the right and not in mid this time. So let's go Nocturne into Xandar. We need a card that's going to get benefit from being bounced. Swarmed. And our Nocturne's in place. At least we have Iron Fist that would be able to be that movement card. Curious what they're cooking. It's a pretty nice storm, though. So we could always Iron Fist Vulture. We could Iron Fist Vulture. But I kind of like being able to pull the Iron Fist back in with our Beast. What are we doing? Let's do Vulture into mid. That's what we're going to lock in. We have the ability to bounce this one back into our hand. And then it looks like that has just about been the 2-minute mark. They did put a Nocturne into the left. I'm really curious what they're cooking. We always know that Dexter comes up with some interesting decks to play along as well. So it could be maybe a War Machine deck. So we could pull it out again if we wanted to, but I'm not sure that we do. I kind of want to do Sage Beast. That'll open it up for turn number 6. We could potentially drop Prio off of it, depending on what they play, and then just go into like a big last turn play. War Machine, good call. Forgot about that card. I mean, if anyone was going to try and make a deck that made it work, I would assume it would be Dexter. So the Sage ends up getting, what is that, 4 power? Which is not fantastic, but it is cheaper going into this last turn. Captain Marvel, okay. And so an extra 5 over here. It's hard to know if we need to push anything additional in that lane. We could go Iron Fist, Dagger move into even towards Ghost Spider Sage. In mid, that would end up pushing a 2, 4, 6, 4 more power. So actually, I think we need to go like Sage here. Ghost the Dagger. Ghost the Dagger, not the Human Torch. The Dagger over, and then pull it here. So then that would leave us with like Human Torch, Sage, which is not bad. I kind of like it. Let's go with this one. The Jeff over in the left allows them to win with Captain Marvel over in that lane. So as long as we can beat the Gwynpool, and if we can beat mid where they can't leave with the Captain Marvel, we should be able to find our way to win. And so Dagger's going to move back over. There's going to be plenty in the Gwynpool lane. With Sage, I think we'll be able to contest the Necrotia location, maybe? I guess as long as that one moves out. So it moves over into the left lane so that they win one of the 3. We'll take the 2 cubes.
Victory.
We will gladly take it where we can. The Gwynpool came down just a touch too late. It looks like they were trying to hit it onto like Jeff, Captain Marvel, into like that cool storm line, which I kind of like the idea of. Having that versatile 7, 9 power Captain Marvel is a lot better than 5. But fortunately, we were able to pull that one home. Which is really crazy because I never thought we would climb with a Hercules deck, especially on stream. But here we are. All right. Next up we have Bean Man, and we do have the snap right off the jump. Sage in a move deck is a nice touch. I like the Sage as just that like last turn way to push power that you might not be able to find otherwise. A lot of your movement cards are going to be cheap enough that you have that little bit of extra resource, and so I have enjoyed the Sage in it quite a bit. Why do I feel like I play better lines for you than for myself? I don't know. I don't know why that would be. Wheaton. Oh no, Wheaton. I thought you had learned after the last time. We'll give you a little cool off period, Wheaton. So we do have Nico that has the movement spell. We have Nocturne, but New York is perfect for us. I'm gonna go ahead and skip here into hoping that we get Vulture, Human Torch, even a Dagger could potentially be okay. Sokovia discards our Nocturne. They lose their Wong. So it ends up looking like that was the Wong choice. So let's go Human Torch. It moves over into... I'm going to do a Falcon first. That allows us to eventually re-beast in the Falcon so we could do it again, depending on what we draw. If we can get Iron Fist or Ghost Spider, that would definitely be the play that we go with. So Falcon pulling them back in. Hercules is nice. We could always... Hercules with New York kind of scares me because they'll have the ability to move cards as well in 6. And so it's not going to be... I don't think it's going to be as consistent as I would like it to be. We could also do this to double Nico into a 4 power card. We can always play these next turn and then play Falcon one more time. Gwynpool comes down, so it's a Morbius discard Gwynpool deck. Interesting. I'm wondering if they're trying to hit Swarm. Drop Beast. So now this will give us a bonus onto the Human Torch, and we have Ghost Spider. And so do something like Nico. No, hold on. Let's do Hercules, Nico, Human Torch, Ghost Spider. I don't know that we even Falcon here. Falcon would give us one additional move line. And so maybe we do. gonna get crazy pretty quick. I'm gonna go ahead and do the Falcon, and then we'll look to see. The only thing we miss out on is it moving freely into New York, but I think that's fine. So Calling Wing ends up hitting the buffed up Swarm. They have 2 Swarms that they're gonna be able to play on the last turn, and then they do have a pretty big push or bonus in Stark Tower. So we'll see. We'll see if we're able to pull it through. Human Torch is gonna get pretty big pretty quickly, and we have one more. We have the ability to move it one more time if we need to. So it jumps over into Stark Tower, bumping up to 24 power. And we have the ability to double it up one more time into 48.
All systems go.
I guess we could always hit the left lane with a Shadow King. Ends up being real big. How much do they move to the left? They do have a couple of swarms. So we definitely need a decent amount of power in more than one lane. It's kind of unfortunate. So we can go Iron Fist, Human Torch, pull it here. That would be into something like this, which could take away the swarm's kind of upside. I think it's rough. There's a lot of play lines. Yeah, there are a lot of play lines here. Modoc. I don't think we're going to beat the Modoc. Unless we just get super Proxima. Proxima jumping to the left is big too. Swarm to the right. We do offset Meek to 0. So it's going to be 11 power here, but I don't think between these we beat it. We're only going to have 8 in the right lane. We definitely won mid though. If anything, we definitely won mid. The Shadow King gave us a lot, but we needed one additional movement card to be able to have those multiple lines to be able to compete for 2 lanes, unfortunately. Wheaton, you should be back by now. Have you learned? Have you learned your lesson? Zombie Lemon, hopefully you have a fantastic rest of your day. We'll catch you a little bit later. Beanman, I think that was the first time I've won since this morning. Notice the horrible rank. Beanman, hopefully you, hopefully that one is the one that turns it around for you. And then not Tim Phillip, we have the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate it. Zombie Lemon, hopefully you have a good rest of your night then. Or hopefully you sleep well. You think Taskmaster would be good in this deck? It could be some crazy turn 4 stuff, or turn 6 stuff. But I think if anything, we would throw like a Living Tribunal, but that makes it really difficult. You'd have to curve out your cards a little bit earlier. Zombie Limit, thank you so much for the 100-bit cheer on your way off to bed. Ooh, Elysium gets kind of crazy. I think we just skip here. I think we play it patiently. We could go ahead and play out like our Vulture, Iron Fist, Ghost Spider, Nico lines. But we need a way to pull them back in, so I don't want to burn it too quickly. The Dakin is going to be super good for the Shadow King, not with Gamma Lab though. Yeah, you definitely want to move and Sage on the last turn. Taskmaster and I think a couple of different lines with the Human Torch, but I don't know if this one is perfect for it. So how many cards do we want to force into Gamma Lab? Because we could always do Iron Fist, maybe Shadow King, Iron Fist. Dagger, move over. I guess it'd move left. And then Ghost Dagger move left, Ghost Spider pull it back in. It does feel bad to waste a Nico movement spell. I think we're going to do this. That gives us 3 into Gamma Lab. And so if they have Shang-Chi, so be it. But otherwise, we're still going to be at least on par with them. This meta is too stable. Feels very different from the Casino Lockjaw days. Casino Lockjaw days were just such a treat. I do miss them sometimes. That and the Leech Leader meta was crazy too. I got my Wolverine variant. Thanks to TLSG for the great content. I'll try grinding my rank right now. And then be right back if you're still streaming. Uni, thank you so much for hanging out. Hopefully the grind goes well for you. Now it's Casino Arsham. Casino Arsham does some scary stuff now too. Shuri was busted for a good bit. But I think the Leech Leader was the one that will always live in infamy in my head. I kind of think we go ahead and beast this turn. We'll pull Dagger back in. And then see what we have next turn. And with Elysium, a lot of times you can kind of get tricked into thinking it's later than it is, but I know we have 2 more turns. I do miss the old arrow. Dracula in the right lane is going to be very scary. So we do have the Human Torch. But it kind of feels like maybe we just skip. Everything's going to be super cheap. So I don't think we need to even do a turn 5 play. So Silver Samurai into Gwynpool, hit the guaranteed triple hit on Apocalypse. It's gonna be a big Apocalypse that pushes in here. Spider-Man to Professor X. The Zabu triple Spider-Man play was kind of crazy too. So they have his Apocalypse plus 1 other card. We could do... We only have 1 movement tool, which is kind of unfortunate. So we could do Hercules. I think we Vulture move. We need this space, which is kind of unfortunate. The unfortunate part. We can Vulture move into mid. We can force it to go to the right. Or maybe we don't drop Hercules. Maybe it's as easy as like Vulture, Ghost Spider, because that's going to give us more than the 10. Dagger to the left. Then drop something like Nico, Swirl. So at least tie the right lane. So if it doesn't have anything to discard, it'd be fine. Into like Hercules, Human Torch. The thing we would have to worry about is if they play their Apocalypse somewhere else and then absorb like a 5 power card. But I am curious. Wait. We need space for the Vulture to move, right? MODOK. I don't think the Vulture is going to go over the MODOK. This is a really big Apocalypse in Gamma Lab. But it would come down to if we beat this amount of power. But no, the Vulture move's not going to quite be it. Had we did the Dagger move, could have potentially been it. But unfortunately, it is going to be a big Apocalypse to the right. The exasperated emote I don't think is necessary. There were some winning lines. We'll let them get it. We'll let them get them all out. I did get your hydrate, Pappy Cooper, but I'm out of water, so I'm gonna run a quick set of ads as this guy continues to emote. Let me know how long he goes for. We're gonna run a quick set of ads as I get more water. And I'll see if he's still there when we get back. Must have been the first win for a while. All right, let's go ahead and jump in. We're gonna rinse and repeat. We're gonna reset. We're gonna start our upward climb one more time. I think with that one, we're just barely cube positive, which is a little unfortunate. We lost a couple of big cube games that were definitely winnable. We just ended up not finding the correct line. So next up we have Ilo. I couldn't read their name with the emotes. Next up we have Ilo. Let's see if we're able to do some good things here. Dream Dimension is the first one. We have Iron Fist, we have Falcon, we have Beast. We just need a movement tool. Okay, so we have Iron Fist, we have Falcon, no Beast. They did lose Viper, which was from Arisham. And we have Hercules, which is another good one. Go ahead and skip on 2 into the Hercules on 3. And I like Hercules either mid or left. Not necessarily to the right because of the Iron Fist. I think I'm gonna Nocturne into the Eternity range. Instead of being, I don't want to play Hercules there. Ooh, well, that's unfortunate. We got Negasonic. So we are going to get the rock from the Eternity range. That's all right. We'll pull it back in with Falcon eventually. This will change the location. Let's go Hercules into priming up an Iron Fist. With next turn cards costing 1 more. We may not be able to pull the Vulture back in. Unless we, I guess, Nico'd. We could have Nico'd and changed that location. But they do get White Tiger, which gives them another good bump into the right lane. But let's go ahead and Vulture move. That's going to end up being able to move it twice. Unfortunately, we can't copy it with Nico. I guess we wouldn't be able to because the Iron Fist is what's primed right now anyways. So Snow Guard comes down. They're going to have extra cards going into that last turn. But they don't have a lot of big power developed either. So the big Vulture in the right lane. Let's see. Dagger with no way to move, unfortunately. We do have the lead currently here. We could always do... We could always do something like this, but it's not a lot of power. It's only going to be 4 power in the left, a little bit mid. I guess it's 6 with the Nico play. I think this one loses. Abandoned left. We could, but it really comes down to, I guess, what they play. Either way, we have a very small amount of power that we're playing onto the board. And so the Arnhem Zola onto White Tiger is actually pretty big. And so it's going to go mid and then left. We're not going to be able to overpower that. Had it went mid and mid, we would have been able to. But since they did end up splitting, we'll take the L. A couple of rough games, but we can still turn it around. We're still sitting low cubes because of the big ones that we ended up losing, but a decent win rate so far. Next up we have KX4N, and I know that they're a very high-end player. They're usually ranked very, very well, and I typically don't do my snap lines correctly against them, so we'll see if we're able to fix that this time around. Move and bounce has really come a long way. It has. It used to be where you had to really try to force it into being like a possibility with things like Angela, Iron Fist, to be able to move those cards out, and now it's definitely a viable deck or viable line. So we can always Nocturne on 3. That way we can Hercules to the left. The season climb is kind of rough. So many Arshams. So with Arsham, I definitely like to end up running like the Hawk deck or complete junk or clutter. But I think there's a lot of good ways to win that. So the Quantum Realm is a little unfortunate. But how big of an issue is it? We have Shadow King. I think we still play Nocturne in mid. Nocturne mid, next turn would be Hercules left. Cloak in mid it's unfortunate that we didn't have any of our big cards out on the board. They do drop a Nick Fury, so that ends up being a pretty big card for him here. And then the extra energy from the Altar of Death becomes very scary. So let's do Hercules. We're going to prime an Iron Fist. Ooh. It's Altar of Death location. I guess we can change it next turn as we drop the Human Torch. I'm going to change it this turn. I don't want them to get any extra energy. September, come September, it's going to get even more complicated. I agree. I think it'll take a little while to figure out what the best way to build those cards are, especially with the new Activate like ability that's going to come out. But I think it'll create some really cool plays. And so the Athena move, the Nick Fury move. Yeah. Super unfortunate. Are you the leader of the Timeless Legendary Storytellers Guild? No, that's I'm often confused with that, man, though. But I am the leader of the Legendary Shadow Guild. So if anyone asks, make sure that they get it correct.
Escaped.
Bad Nocturne, no treats for you. Not this time. For every game that is won with the Nocturne, I think an equal amount is lost. The Legendary Snap God is another one that is commonly said. And I enjoy coming up with the craziest stories for them too. That's why I was hesitant to get Nocturne and never play Scarlet Witch. Yeah, I think Nocturne has... So I almost never play Scarlet Witch either. But I think Nocturne has a little bit more unique draw. in that you can choose whether to move her or not. So sometimes you're just going to have that mind game, and just that board presence can create a lot of like threat that the opponent doesn't know exactly what you're going to do if you're going to rip away like a big location, or what that might be. Is the biggest thing I think Nocturne has going for. Yeah, she's flexible. Similar to Jeff. Flexible enough to get 2 of her, unfortunately. I think we're going to skip here. So the armor into Nor Dimension. We don't necessarily need extra energy. A lot of times we can play out our cards decently easy. Great Portal into an unusable death is also a bit unfortunate. Let's go Hercules. We can't go into Nor Dimension because we wouldn't be able to draw. Hercules mid is typically the flexible line, which allows you to do like the Nico move to the right. You have the Iron Fist that can also benefit from him there as well. I could really go for a Tranquil Lakeside Sunset Gazing. So that's actually my my near relative that runs that one. Also TLSG, so it's a little confusing. But I can put you in contact with him if you need. So the Jin comes down. The Lizard. Are we going against a... No. I thought it was a Spectrum ongoing gamer, but I think it's a Shuri gamer. So we do have Vulture. Yeah, we definitely have the Vulture. But right now we don't have any way to move it. And so we could always sacrifice a card with Nico. We could sacrifice the Shadow King if we needed to. Maybe we do. It might become worthwhile to like do a Nico, Shadow King, destroy, and we'll just go ahead and float Human Torch. That way we can draw into both of the cards. Shadow King is good against Shuri. You're right. Should have taken it back. But unfortunately, it locked in. I do agree about it being good against the Shuri line if they get the Shuri down.
Impressive.
Wait. I guess I haven't played Death in a long time. I didn't realize she had a voice line. So one move enabler. We can go ahead and do Ghost Spider, move the Human Torch. It moves somewhere else because of Hercules. We Falcon all 3 back in. Rinse and repeat. That would be 3. We could also do a Sage on the last turn. Try to find another lane to win. Oh, it's new? Newly added? It's nice. I like that they're going back and adding in like the voice lines and the effects to different cards. Oh, it was added in with Black Hat. Okay, so that was really recent. And I didn't know Null had one either. I guess I didn't read that patch very well. All right, so the Typhoid Mary, we have to expect the Enchantress to the right, taking away the Lizard debuff, and taking away the Typhoid Mary. So we're going to need a way to swing another location, probably the left. But we'll see. Borgs is the best. 2 minion in hand. Ooh, we don't get the Ghost Spider. Ugh. Never mind. We don't get the crazy Hercules play.
Flame on!
Huh, just realizing they don't have a Cosmo voice line. They don't. It would be one that I think would be relatively easy. Alpha, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I think we retreat out of this one. I think it ends up being a total loss. And so you guys may be right about the additional move enablers. Either that or it may just be one of those decks that you have to play patiently. And whenever you get kind of like a Mr. Negative deck, or when you get the big one, you hit it hard. Cosmo voice line is just a bork and then you're done. But I do think there's time. There is a sound effect to let you know that you're about to play play a card into the Cosmo lane. So next up we have Gnome. We do have the Bifrost, which is one of the few locations we've gotten that does work in our favor. I kind of like the Iron Fist into Human Torch into Beast. And so we're going to go ahead and snap into it. I missed the Auto Avatar. It's still here. It comes out from time to time, but I do like to change it up between my different decks. So it's an Arsham deck. They hit Valentina, and so they will get a card to be able to play out. We could do Human Torch into Nico into Falcon. I think we'll Falcon into mid. We'll destroy that card, and that allows us to pull Nico back into our hand. At X23, that gives them additional energy going to this turn because of the Vormir destroyed, which is a nice one for them. Definitely a good Arsham pull. We'll see what we're able to do, though. So Icebox hits our Beast. Not too big of an issue. I think we still go ahead and play out the Falcon. That's going to pull into our 3 cards, plus the 2 additional. So we're not going to draw. We're only really going to draw 1 extra card versus what we normally would have from the Nico. But the Shadow King, the Ghost Spider, becomes a really good enabler for like a potential, maybe a Beast. Beast on 5, I think. Ooh, the Nico's good here. So we could Nico, Human Torch, Ghost Spider. The random Mobius? Yeah, it's the randomly generated Mobius. And so we don't get a deep discount from the Beast play, but they're all typically cheap cards anyway, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. I think we do this. We drop Beast into Vormir next turn. To pull them back in, we prime like an Iron Fist, and then we kind of go from there and see from there. The Mr. Fantastic, not super big for him. Human Torch is going to get up to Cosmo line. No, I can't do it a Russian accent. I wouldn't do it justice. Human Torch ends up getting huge here. And then we can pull it back into dodge priority as long as they don't destroy it this turn. And so we can prime up an Iron Fist. We have the dagger for one of our movement tools, potentially pushing into maybe mid. We'll see. This could also be Shang-Chi this turn. Ooh, rough. That was created. Oh, that was created by Valentina, unfortunately. We don't have initiative though, so 2, 4, 6 potentially. So if they do blob, win. If they do a multitude of other cards, we lose. Yeah, we can maybe snipe a blob. And Nocturne just created Baxter building twice. It definitely wanted that one on the board and in the game. That is not a blob. Double Mobius. Sage isn't going to get up high enough, is she? Is. We take those.
Victory!
We take those. The big Human Torch in mid ends up locking them in place, and we're able to just barely pull it through. Sage almost didn't get there. Take those wins. The Eliath was a really good play line coming out of the Valentina. Was really good at locking us down in mid. Just having that final finisher just wasn't, they weren't quite able to get there, unfortunately. For them, fortunately for us. And so I appreciate you guys hanging out. Even if you've already picked up your drops, I appreciate you spending the evening with me, or maybe daytime for some of you guys. I do like being able to stream in a couple of different time zones or different like time frames to be able to hit as many people as possible that want to jump in and join us. So Pilk, I know that you can't normally join our normal streams, but the last couple here, you've been able to join, which I'm really happy about. I appreciate TLSG streaming also. I've been really enjoying it. I wish that we could do it more often, but since I had 2 weeks off, I wanted to push as much as we could just to get it out there, and be able to see how much I enjoyed streaming that capacity before we have to go back to a lower. Oh, fresh Pilk! No way. There are two. I've never met anybody else that enjoys Pilk. There's somebody that was in my live streams like from the beta days, named Pilk Enjoyer. He's a mod on the Marvel Snap Discord. I thought maybe you changed your name, but it's nice to see another Pilk Enjoyer. Rad Hatter, thank you so much for. I'm just a normal fan. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you too as well, Pilk. Rad Hatter, thank you so much for the Prime sub and being here to support me and support the content. So they have Strong Guy. It's another Arsham deck. Windjet is a big one. But we do have Hercules. We have Nico that was just the movement spell, so we were not going to hit that one back on it. What's Pilk? Pilk is Pepsi mixed with milk. It's a thing. I had never heard of it before him, but it's a thing that people enjoy. Thoughts on the upcoming bundles? I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing that people do enjoy. I'm gonna try it. I can't lie. I'm very curious. And so Iron Fist into Dagger is gonna move her twice. We have Nico that could then go into Falcon next turn. Turn it into a demon, but I think we hold the Nico. He said, huh, I guess that's the thing then. It is. Is whole milk better? Or is like a different type of milk? Rainbow Pit's gonna. I think Rainbow Pit's gonna try it out. Reminds you of carbonated yogurt. So we don't have Iron Fist anymore. We have Demon. Into the double dagger move. So at least we're not locked out here. I think that's what they snapped into, was being able to lock us out of a location. So we can get a copy of a card now. And so something like maybe Nico into Nocturne. What's the mix? Yeah, like what's the ratio? Is it like half and half? You said you're personally a 2% guy, but all Pilk is good Pilk. Do you play other games off stream? I do sometimes. It just kind of depends. I go through waves. So the most recent one that I played was Hades 2. Outside of that, I played through Baldur's Gate 3 on the heroic or honored. I think it's honored difficulty level, and enjoyed that one quite a bit. The Grandmaster onto the Doc Ock, pulling our Nocturne, so we're gonna have another movable card. So definitely not their Doc Ock's day. And then Hercules actually pushes it into the super flow for us, so they don't get the extra energy. You play Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't stream it. It was just something that sounded fun to play, and so I just kind of did that one in that run for me. But I bursted through it in probably like 3 weeks, and it was my first run through when I did the honored. And it was one of those that I played it so much and so quickly that I like really knew the builds and the attacks, and then now that I haven't played it, I could barely tell you like what I ran. I know I had the Brewmaster Monk, which is so strong. I had it was a Bard, but I don't remember exactly what he did. We're gonna go ahead and skip. Here. The Bard, but it was one that he ran a bow. Most of what he was used for was like locking down opponents, so like really crowd control. So long, currently Act 2. There were a couple of dicey spots for me in Act number 3. There were a couple of the fights that, in the very last fight of the game, I almost lost. It was a very scary, intense bout. So we could do this. If we thought we were winning the right lane. We have a decent lead in these two, so maybe it just comes like this. Maybe we'll push that. If they have an Odin that would hit the Namora, that'd be a little bit scary, but we'll see. And so White Palace copies the highest cost card. As long as this next one doesn't stab us in the back. I did have a fighter as well. And then a sorcerer. Yeah, sorcerer was good. And then cleric. So depending on what they dropped, the Shang-Chi is not going to do it. The Shadow King in the right lane is not going to do it. We are able to find the 4 cubes against the Arsham deck that looks like it was meant to be almost like a mill-style deck with the Doc Ock and then the 2 counter cards. We will gladly take those where we can. And we will go ahead and jump over into the next one. And so, yeah, Hades 2 is really fun. I can't wait for the updates to finish, because I'd like to play that one a bit more in depth. When casting Disintegrate with the Sorcerer is crazy. Yeah, I think I always felt like most of the time my Sorcerer had to be super weak into just like one big burst of a play, because it felt like I had to really conserve those slots. But no, Shadowheart was my cleric as well. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. See if we can continue doing this. This deck really does a lot better than what I was expecting it to. Yeah. I definitely respected the life domain. And I think for the early game, I had an Oathbreaker Paladin to help carry some of the early fights, and then I think I respected it all entirely as we got further on. All right, so next up we have Golden Boy, but Baldur's Gate 3 I was definitely a fan of. I'm sad that they're not going to do any kind of expansions for it, but I do also respect it that they don't want to milk it. They want it to be like that really big, really impactful game, and then they're moving on to other things. I keep Shadowheart in my team for role-playing purposes. Absolutely for role-playing purposes. So Fisk Tower becomes a little difficult, especially with like Hercules and just our overall movement package. Cleric's equipment are so early to grab, and they already do well with those. Yeah. We can prime up the Hercules. If we get Nocturne, we can change Fisk Tower and only have the Affliction one time. Otherwise, we have to rely on our cards bouncing outside of this lane. Vulture does still scale even with that negative power, so that's always a choice too, or a possibility. We're going to drop the Hercules, so we see what we end up dropping. You said KX is streaming? Yeah, KX is streaming. I think they were pushing like 400 viewers or something pretty big. And so definitely excited for them, because I've hung out in a couple of their streams. Not always the most positive, but always super like good energy. Talks through the lines a lot. Talks about their snap lines. You can learn a lot from the streams. And so definitely one of the places that I hang out. Him, and I enjoy watching Husky Puppies as well. And so we can go ahead and do Iron Fist, Vulture, Ghost Spider, Beast. It's just a hodgepodge of movement. And then even if the Vulture goes over into Fisk Tower, it's okay. And he'll still scale more than what he gets negatively afflicted. Ren, you said it's 3 p.m. there? It's perfect time for you. What? Was brutal. That was an absolutely brutal Goliath. No, I don't think that was the sniper. We locked in after the play. I think it was just a good heads up play that knowing that if we wanted to use the Hercules to enable it, I don't think they anticipated getting 4. I think they anticipated like taking away the vulture, taking away our movement cards, so that they don't get the upside. I think they just hit the jackpot with that one. You're gonna jump out of it. Between that and KX, our Nocturne changing the middle location into Space Throne during KX, they've been having a little bit of you don't not like Craven for this. Not necessarily. Like you could probably take out one of the other cards, but I do like that having the tech option of like a Shadow King, and it opens up a little bit of flair without the Craven. But I think Craven would do just fine in it. And then Odin Gaming, you said, "What's up? How's the night been going for you?" About like that last game for sure. About like that last game. Next up, we have Mom Enjoyer. And the first location is Subterranea. We do have Hercules, so we're going to need to get a little lucky on some of our draws here. I guess we do have a Dagger. I think I'm going to go ahead and play the Rock out. We can play Hercules next turn. That way we get the draw from the Abbey. We have a Human Torch player. So it could be a Phoenix Force deck. Sometimes their deck can go higher, further, faster than what we can. Let's go ahead and play the Hercules. If they go Phoenix Force, that might end up hurting us more than it helps us. But the one good secret that we have is that we potentially can draw into Shadow King. It may just be a movement deck, because they dropped a Rock next. So the Hercules... since we don't have any move cards, I think we go something like Nocturne. And maybe we even throw a Rock just to get it out of our hand. We'll see what that looks like. Good to see that someone appreciates their mother. I mean, it's important to appreciate your mother. Shuri into Nimrod into Double Destroy. What it feels like. Still nothing really big going for us. This ends up being 4, which is not great. Ends up being 6, and then a Beast Bounce. We could also do this, which would end up being 6, and then Beast Bounce it. But I don't know that we compete against the Nimrods that are going to be spreading. Power Nimrod's tough. We can win one lane with the Shadow King, potentially. It still goes down to 6, so we still need a decent amount of power there. It looks something like maybe this into Human Torch Sage. But it depends on where they throw their Venom, I guess. I kind of think Venom comes down here. If so, we would need a decent amount, because it would be 6 plus the Venom base. That would allow us to go into this, which still I don't think is enough. I don't think we ever win this one.
Victory.
Surprising retreat. Maybe they had rocks in their hand. They didn't have any way to end up destroying the Nimrod. Either way, we'll take it. We definitely did not have a solid last turn play, but I will gladly take it. We'll take pity wins. Pity wins when we need to. You could also swap out Nocturne for Shang, Enchantress, Eliath. Yeah. Eliath, I think, would be a little bit tough in this one. But I could see Shang or Enchantress. But a lot of times if they throw that late in the game, it becomes tough to really counter, because you're going to want to do your things. So some of those end up being a little bit too high of power. Next up, we have Just for Fun. Let's see if we're able to beat them just for the fun. And then Malgaroth, he said hello from Belgium. It's 9 a.m. here. Well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you are hopefully enjoying the stream. And it's early in the morning, so you have plenty of day left.
Flame on!
So we have Human Torch. Let's go ahead and skip here. Get a feel for what else is going to come down. The Kitty Pryde, the Nico, into copying whatever they play next. We get Beast. I think we're going to Nocturne, and then we'll move it potentially over into Panopticon. With things like Human Torch, it's not going to negatively impact us in Quantum Realm. We could pretty easily play it there. We can also move our cards over, and so it doesn't negatively impact us as much as against certain decks. They do get a copy of Kitty Pryde and Jeff. I'm curious what else is built into that deck. No movement tools yet. Could go ahead and Sage. We have the extra energy, but I think we're just going to pass. It was awful. But we do need the Iron Fist or Ghost Spider to get some things going. Hope Summers into Kitty Pryde. We do change this one into Camartage, so an Iron Fist is really big. Oh, no, I missed the ad break. I apologize, you guys. So, big Sage potential. We could do the Beast to pull it back up, or we could do Nico to copy it. Do we get 2 copies of it if we do that? I don't want to see. Yeah, you get 2 copies. And so that would help us find a way to win mid. We get another big one to the right. We also have Shadow King if they do anything kind of crazy here. All right, just for fun, let's see what you got. So they do move the Jeff, which is fine. Ooh, the Kitty Pryde, the Shuri coming down, the double-powered Shuri. We're gonna get a really big Nocturne, or not Nocturne, Sage here, into potentially doing Shadow King. Ooh, oh my goodness, that is such a big Sage. Shadow King to the right feels bad though. Yeah, that's just some 3-cost infinites, no big deal. Because we could always Shadow King to the right, but that sets our Sage to base. And so I think it becomes almost unwinnable to the right. Oh yeah, we can't Shadow King. So it's either splitting like this, depending on what they're going to push in the Camartage lane. The double dagger left. Like the Iron Fist. But I don't think dagger gets huge. Big Kitty plus Taskmaster, maybe? Their Kitty Pryde was, what, 7? So 7, 14, 28? Maybe we... We'll see. We're gonna split it out and send it. Our Sages don't get really big because we do have... I mean, they don't get any bigger or very much bigger because we do have priority. Big stack left. Big squash. Kitty, kitty, and... full obsidian. Big one. So it does look like playing the second Sage into the Camartage was the line. I was just really afraid of how big the Shuri would get. Definitely, well, yeah, it was a really good play. Finding a way to stack that power. It was either a good play by them or a bad play by us. Because I think no matter what, a quadruple powered whatever doesn't get much bigger than playing Sage one more time over there. So I do think it would have made sense to stack in that lane, knowing they have to put something. So I think competing for it could be okay. We'd have to worry about the Taskmaster follow-up. But yeah, I didn't expect the Cole. That's all right. We've had very winnable games, which is the thing that I think is both a little bit of frustrating, but also very promising with this deck, is that all of the losses have felt like there was a line that we could have found that was winnable. And so, like there are definitely ways to play it that you're able to pull those out. There are some where you're going to end up with a bricked hand, but I think for the most part, each game that we've played had winnable lines somewhere. And so next up we have rank 6 Cersei Enjoyer. With the Arsham, I like Death's Domain because we do have several ways to kind of play into it. I think I like it enough to snap into it, honestly. Between Nocturne, Ghost Spider, we have several ways to get power there that a lot of times Arsham decks may not. They do have the Loki, though. We know that from the White Palace. So we have to look out for what they can do as well. After Mom Enjoyer, we have Cersei Enjoyer. Some people may say it's the same thing. This tower is a little unfortunate. I guess we could Nocturne to change it. Let's go Vulture into, I think, Ghost Spider early next turn into a Nocturne, which will move into Fisk Tower. Either that or we... Human Torch, Ghost Spider, pull it. Let's go ahead and do that one. So they do drop the Loki line. They'll have some movable cards, but they have to be really particular with how they use them. Maybe they end up getting Beast and they can pull their cards back in as well. Hercules would also be kind of cool for us. Falcon is a good hit for us, allowing us to pull these back in when we need to. But I think we start with just the Nocturne. Next turn would end up being like maybe a Vulture Falcon, but we'll see. But I like having the Nocturne down to be able to change this tower, or at least have the ability to change it. I don't know that we push for it, but I like having that option. This is a very long turn 4 play. I'm guessing they have a lot of the movement pieces and they're trying to figure out the best way to leverage them. But it's taken them a little while to figure it out. Into just 2 card drop, Sage. Beautiful Sage. Into the Falcon to the right. So we get Hercules. Maybe we end up doing something like this, but Hercules might also help them. But I think we're going to go ahead and send it. We're going to pull in the Nico, the Ghost Spider, the Human Torch. So we have a way to push or pressure one location. Snap is kind of scary. They still have at least, I think it's 4 of our cards. Opponent is doing the hangover calculating meme. Yeah, yeah. If we had that Ultron one, that we would absolutely would have dropped it on him. I think there's a lot of lines where we lose this one going into turn 6, but I do want to see what potential we have. And knowing that they are ranked number 6, we have to respect how good that snap can be, or what potential they have. And so a lot of cards dropping down here. The Ghost Spider pulls the Vulture, should be fine. So that is 3 of our cards that they dropped. They had a total of, wait. Into the Sandman was that was what the snap was for, was the Sandman. Big one. Arsham Sandman Sag. Yeah, unfortunate. You can't reasonably see that coming. And so that's one of the things about Arsham, is that if you're gonna stick that out, we probably honestly should have retreated for 2 before it doubled up, knowing that they saw something that they thought they were that confident in that they double it up. But curiosity got the better of me. Maybe we don't let it happen again. And then I do see a couple of you guys over in the YouTube stream. And so Astrid, Cabs, Just John, Saint, Slacker, Harley, Santor, and then Foddy. Thank you guys for being here. I know that I don't pay as much attention to the YouTube side of it, but I appreciate you guys being here nonetheless. Next up, we have a good old Mr. Meeseeks. We lose our Shadow King. They lost their Thanos. Fortunate. That one definitely looks like a snap, but I'm going to wait a turn because I want them to accept the snap. And so we're going to wait a turn. And then Ghost Spider is definitely where we snap into it. Go ahead and do Ghost or Human Torch, Ghost Spider to move it. And we'll see. And then Starfall on the YouTube side as well. Thank you for being here. So they have the Jeff. We have Falcon to pull these back in. Big Sinister London play, especially with something like Sage. It'll be really, really big for us. Go ahead and Falcon pull these back in. I kind of like the Nocturne to rip away Sinister London from them. Maybe it's Nocturne into double Human Torch. Ghost Spider would only pull one of them, but I think that may be okay. Double Mockingbird is big. Really good value play coming in. And then 13 Naked Cowboy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we can Ghost Spider pull one of them. Move Nocturne and Beast both torches. We wouldn't be able to move or stack them together. Because if we move this one, Ghost Spider pulls this first one. And then Serial Killer, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. All right, let's go ahead and Nocturne move. I am going to Ghost Spider into Beast. It's not going to pull anything, but we will get a Human Torch back in. We're going to make sure that they can't double up on any of those cards that they have. Sasquatch. Sasquatch was a big high power play. And we're going to, I think, be struggling. They've only played one other stone, so their card draw has been kind of weak. Nico is a decent way to get some good value. We could do Nico Torch, which brings it to 6. Move the Nocturne Ghost Spider to pull it over. Actually, no, we don't want a Falcon. Never mind. All right, so move Nocturne over. We do Nico into Human Torch, into Ghost Spider. You could also do it into a Dagger, but I do like moving this one to give us a way to win that one. Torch in mid, Ghost Spider pull it. We do something like Dagger, Sage, which is only 2, 4, 6, 6, 7, 8 power in the left. Doesn't win us there. I'm gonna go back to the original. Of the Human Torch over here, Ghost Spider pull. We'll do Dagger and then Sage in mid. Dagger's more power. With a single pull, would end up being, I mean, depending on if they play here, it ends up being 6, but it's going to double up from our 6, so it's going to be 12 power. I guess with Jeff, it would have been a little bit higher, maybe. So Savage Land, ooh, Savage Land comes down, the Blob comes in. Ooh, and did they snap or did we? Why did I stay for 4? Have faith, TLSG. We've been on the downward spree here recently, and so the Human Torch coming over, but it's gonna be enough. It's enough in mid, but we can't outscale the Blob. There's just no way we get bigger than that, unfortunately. All right, we're gonna reset. We're gonna start doing our positive climb again. We've dropped, unfortunately, a decent amount. Started off really strong, but I think I started kind of wavering with it. Maybe staying in on some gambles that aren't necessarily the best at like the best risk reward scenarios. We started with like a 70% win rate. We're down to just over 50, and we've lost cubes with the deck. So we'll give it a little bit more, a few more games, but. Next up, we have KX 4 in once again. Hopefully, we don't get bamboozled by the RNG this time. They are running the Arsham deck. We have Ghost Spider, we have our Hercules, we have Vulture as a way to get one good enabler going. So let's go ahead and see. Make sure that we can. Maybe we'll be able to win this one. Maybe Nocturne won't stab us in the back. Real Recluta, you said I just got Morph looking at the mirror variant from the premium variant in the past. Huge. So the Iron Fist, Ghost Spider are both big. We don't really want it to pull Vulture here. We don't. I mean, Hercules would be our ideal hit, but it's still not going to be the best one. So hopefully, I mean, there's a couple of good Morph decks running around right now. So hopefully, you get some use out of it, Recluta. Tempo Rogue is kind of crazy. And then Vulture coming out. Blob. Oof. That is a beautiful blob staring down our Shadow King. I love it.
Opponent snapped.
So the Hercules, we don't have our movement card yet, unfortunately. But between the Shadow King for that blob, I think we're gonna be okay. I don't really have a big prediction for the over there. I think Mockingbird ends up getting hit because she's super common and super strong at that. We do get the Human Torch, so huge value. We don't have a way to pull it back in yet, but I do kind of think we go ahead and play it for now. Something like this could be okay. Check their blob. So blob was Legion, it was Brood, Quinjet, Arsham, and Legion. So some big cards, but not any like big counters. I don't know that Loki gets hit. I think Bird should be on the list for sure. She's super common. and super overplayed. Maybe even Ravona, if she gets unlucky enough. The only thing I don't like about this play is we can't, if we get Beast, we can't pull back in like the Iron Fist. But we are going to go ahead and lock this one in. The Doc is unfortunate.
Escaped.
The randomly generated Arisham is unfortunate. Rough. It's a rough one. It was a good play. It was well played. Just super unfortunate. Yeah, we've hit a couple of those bad flips. That's definitely 2 bad RNG outcomes in a row against KX, which you hate to see. So next up we have Jeremiah. We have Human Torch, Ghost Spider, so we do have a couple of those movement cards. And we'll see what we can make happen. We're going to play just a handful more of these. If the RNG doesn't turn around, I do have another one that I'm going to queue into. Because it has been absolutely rough. I guess last turn we could have done both of these, right? Oops. Shadowland to the right. We have Nico that can copy a card, but definitely need to draw into him. I think we're going to go ahead and play Vulture out onto the board. Nico ×2 is a decent one. We can do something like this. See if we can win Asgard off of the Hercules play. And if so, then we have a better chance of drawing into like our Falcon or our Beast. But they did skip last turn, so this could be a She-Hulk. And then we wouldn't. No, just Wong. Okay, we will take it. We will take being Wong every once in a while. So the Beast does come back in. I kind of think we Sage Beast here. It gives us one more movement with Human Torch, which will be pulled into here, so it's going to bounce out after that. We'll see what our end game is. The Wong does get kind of scary because, like, maybe, I don't know. Wong, Shuri shenanigans. I have no idea what it's going to be. What do you think about Snap adding a weekly community voted bannable card? I think that would be really tough. Like, I don't know. Because then there's always going to be strife with it. I don't think the community ever, like, dead settles on just one. So I think it always becomes a sore subject. So we have Shadow King for one of these. If they end up doing like an Odin, we can do something like maybe we do Iron Fist, Human Torch. Here it pushes it somewhere else. Ghost Spider, pull it back in. Then we have the Sage. That's if they're going the Odin line. If they go White Tiger, then this doesn't win and we look silly. The W with Shadow King? I think so.
Are ye worthy?
So the Odin, it's gonna be a big Shadow Ninja, a big lizard. But the Shadow King is going to come in value in spades here. It's a monstrous ninja. That's the most non-negative ninja I've ever seen. Only to be right-sized once again. Alright, so Human Torch. bounces into the Hercules lane, bounces right back out. We yank it back in one more time with the Ghost Spider, and then we'll win mid. We'll win right off of it. Okay, where'd my emotes go? Jeremiah, I would have fist bumped you, but they're gone. All right, and it does look like it is just about time for a quick ad break. Oh my goodness, Lewis Gunner, thank you so much for the 6 months as a tier 1 sub. We got muted in game. You were PMing too much, so they took it away because we're so rampant with our toxicity. Thank you so much, Lewis Gunner, for the 6 months as the tier 1. I'm gonna run a quick set of ads really fast. I'm gonna run to the restroom and then we'll be right back in. I'm gonna actually run a couple more because for the most part we're doing okay with this list. We hit a bad couple, like some bad luck streaks, but I think it does still have potential. So Jeremiah, you said good game. I knew I was dead to a tech card, but wasn't sure if you actually ran any. Yeah, and that's what I was kind of going for with this build, was the kind of surprise factor of like Shadow King or Shang-Chi. Otherwise, like, we wouldn't have been able to match that by any means. Definitely a good game. So we're gonna run the quick set of ads real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. All right, we're back. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of the Hercules going. How's the weather over there? We had a little bit of a storm today, and that's what knocked out the power for about 2 hours. Otherwise, it looks decent. It was a really quick storm. It was in and out within like maybe 30 minutes. But overall, the weather's not too bad. Definitely a little bit hot, but you come to expect that in Texas. So nothing we can play on 1. Unfortunate. Dracula we could get value from eventually with like the Death or Giganto, maybe. But I think maybe we Psylocke on 2. Krakoa's decent, but we don't really have any big plays that we're just going to play outright. And so I do think we're going to go Psylocke here and see what else it looks like. So the Maximus is a big one. And we aren't going to be able to get much going there, so that's a little bit unfortunate. So we don't get any additional value from the Maximus draw because we were capped out in our hand. Let's go ahead and play Hercules. See if we're able to get something going here, but it definitely looks rough. I hope you can meet the goal and become a full-time streamer. Me too. I know it's a very hefty goal, but we're getting some decent progress with the hours we've been able to put in. We're at just under like maybe half, and so it would be really nice to be able to hit it. If not, then we'll go back to streaming on Fridays, creating the videos as our primary source of the content.
And
I think either way, I think it's probably okay. So they hit a Nico into, I think it was an Agent 13 that got destroyed by the Nico. We do have Iron Fist as a move enabler, so something like this into Dagger has some potential. Pushes here and then pushes somewhere else. Any content is great content. I've been enjoying doing all of it, and so I really enjoy the streaming side of it. But I know that I haven't been the most consistent in the past, and so it does take a while to build up your viewership from what we have. And I'm very, very fortunate for the people that we do have here. It means a whole lot that you guys are able to jump in and just enjoy the streams when we launch them. But it is something that I think builds up significantly over time. And so the dagger goes mid and it pushes to the left. So we're not able to beast pull both the dagger and Iron Fist back in, which is a little unfortunate. We could always push something like this. That would allow us to set up a potential Dracula play, which is super strange for this deck, but I think we're going to push for it. I think we lost 4 to them earlier, so we're going to be a little bit tentatively cautious going into these last couple turns. Iron Fist comes in. It's going to be our free 6-cost card. Empire of Light, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Maximus, which is coming back down, causing us to draw into additional cards. And so the Dracula may not be in the cards as much now. It'd be much more of a gamble, I think. Lewis Gunner, you said TLSG, you're my favorite Snap content creator, period. Thank you so much, Lewis Gunner. I appreciate you being here and just the incredible support, just watching the stream and having such nice things to say. So we could do... Maybe it ends up being like Dracula, Falcon, Iron Fist, Nocturne. It's not a bad amount of power. It does come down to a 50-50 of whether it pulls 2 or less or 12 or more. Ooh, the Shadow King in the left is big, but Death's Domain, I think we lose even with the Death's Domain, right?
Impressive.
Unfortunate Nocturne. It was really good Shadow King, but we are going to lose to not being able to outscale what they already had over there. We win mid, but we lose left, we lose right. That's all right. Unfortunate Nocturne move once again. I don't know that we would have won even without the Death's Domain being taken away, because the Shadow King was such a big push on their end. 29.9 Heimdall. And then Ducks, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Glad to see you here. Next up we have Atrix Clown. Elysium comes in, so some big discount on our cards. So we should be able to skip a little bit easier now than we have in the past.
Opponent snapped.
An Arsham turn 1 snap. Are we worried about... Doc Ock has started becoming kind of common. Maybe even a Leech. Leech could be really scary. Nico just goes down to 0. Right now it's the Destroy spell. Let's go ahead and play Nocturne. I'm going to play it to the right. So it was the snap into nothing so far. can always do an Iron Fist, Vulture, Ghost Spider. Ooh. No, we can't set up the Nico, unfortunately. So we are going to do this. If a leech comes down, at least we dodge some of the negative affliction by getting our cards out now. And then Vulture is going to scale a decent amount. If we get Beast, we can stack this lane back in. Doc Ock is not what we wanted to see. But at least we do have a pretty sizable left lane. I guess a Falcon could save us over here. We could pull these back in, but we'd have to be able to draw it. And then Jack Usinski, he said, I just watched your first Snap YouTube video. Oh, like the very first one I ever posted. If so, bless you. Bless you for going back in time, because it was not a great one. Yeah. It was definitely not a great one by any means. So the dagger, the Nico, which we were kind of hoping might give us something we could utilize, but no such luck. We're gonna go ahead and skip again. There was a lot of very bad pauses. It didn't flow very quickly, and it was super long for not a lot of reason. And then a lot. I think it was against a lot of bot matches too. The Shang-Chi on the left early is a little bit scary. The Quinjet, the Apocalypse, and then the Gilgamesh. So big play from them into the Falcon, but it's a turn too late. Unfortunate. There is a lot of Doc Ock flying around right now, and apparently that is the bane of my existence for this move deck. We're gonna retreat out for the. It was like a 15-minute video. Yeah, it was a 50-minute video, but I think it still only covered like maybe 5 or 6 games. I think it was very lengthy. I think at the end of each game, I went into like a monologue about some of the different lines and things like that. And so it wasn't nearly as snappy as I typically try to make them now. But I had made other videos in the past. So I used to do Call of Duty commentary. And so I was somewhat familiar with putting my voice onto a video. It was just the live commentary part that took a little bit of kind of getting used to and adjusting. So next up we have Ta'Dig. The first location is the Abbey. We have Falcon. We could go ahead and throw Shadow King if we're really wanting to push for that extra draw. Which I kind of like. I think the extra draw could be really important. So the Forge comes down. It could be Forge into Brood. Could be looking at the Silver Surfer line. Snappy, get it? Yeah, that was definitely an intentional whip there. So let's go Hercules. We do have Iron Fist into the Vulture. It looks like maybe Brood to the right, so that they don't cap themselves out here. Yeah. And so Silver Surfer, Hawk, potentially Gwynpool, all pretty viable and potential lines that they could go with. I like the Iron Fist into Vulture. Next turn, we do have Beast to pull in our low-cost movement cards. And so I don't want to snap it. Go ahead and do it. The Moy, you said, hey, it's that live stream guy. Nice to see you live streaming again. Did not realize you're back. The Moy, welcome in. We have been back for just a little bit, and we've been enjoying the content again. We're starting off a little bit smaller than we had been in the past, but we still have so much support that I'm very, very grateful to have, because it allows me to continue to come back and do this thing that I really enjoy doing. And so I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you stick around and enjoy some of the content too. Linsanity, you said COD TLSG. I can't even imagine. That community is, yeah, it's very, very much not wholesome. Mind you, I love the game, but I still can't picture you there. Yeah, it was one that it definitely brings out the worst in a lot of people. And so really any kind of highly competitive game, you'll find that at the higher end, or for people that are trying to grind to that higher end, that's when it gets so stressful, and when it brings out those bad qualities. So like League of Legends, very fun game, but when you're trying really hard to climb, it brings out that toxicity. Call of Duty is the same way. And so when it got to that point, I realized that like I wasn't enjoying it anymore. And so then we took a step back and we stopped playing. And then Ezlek, he said, hey Chad, hey TLSG, got you up on the big screen as I play with my 3-year-old daughter. Well, I tell your 3-year-old daughter, I hope she's having a fantastic day. And then you're rest assured that I'm not going to say anything too wacky that's necessarily inappropriate. And the Spidey web swing, you said, hey, I discovered your existence a few weeks back. Congrats on being the smoothest snap player in the universe. Glad to catch you live while beginning my workday. Spidey web swing, I'm so glad that you discovered my existence. And I'm glad that you're here and you're able to enjoy the content. They hate wackiness. Absolutely hate the wackiness. They don't hate the wackiness, but things that are inappropriate. It's definitely something that I think about with my daughter. And so I want to make sure that, you know, anything that I say or do is appropriate for a very wide audience. So this one becomes tough with Bar Sinister. Hercules to the left would mean we'd have to do like a Human Torch in Bar Sinister, which isn't awful. We're gonna go ahead and do it. It's not awful because Human Torch will move once over into the Hercules lane, and then it bounces away, and so that's what's gonna get duplicated in Bar Sinister. So let's go Iron Fist into the Human Torch. Into Falcon? Let's see. I don't know. It's not awful. If they have a Hawk deck by any means, our deck is going to be just massive by the end of the game. So Human Torch bounces back into mid. It's going to be the 8 power card that gets copied, and not the base power. So we do get a little bit of value there. Falcon's going to pull almost all of them back in. One ends up staying, but we can do the same thing again. Shuri into Vibranium Mines is interesting. We're not going to have a chance to draw into Shadow King. Very unlikely to be able to draw it. Let's go Iron Fist one more time into the Human Torch line again. It's going to move here, move somewhere else, and then duplicate itself. And so I think we just do that and kind of wait and feel it out. So it could end up being 32 power that gets copied in mid. If it bounces, I guess, yeah, it could be 3 or 2 depending on where it bounced. So we are going to get the 32 in the right, the 32 in mid, and we're putting up some silly numbers. A Killmonger would absolutely destroy us, but I don't think they're going to be running the Killmonger. Let's go Human Torch. 2-4 ends up being the Sage, and so maybe it makes more sense over here. I don't know. We're gonna lock this in. I think they probably no, they stick it out. Interesting. This is Arnim Zola. Arnim Zola copying the Arnim Zola into the Nimrods all around. No, it's just a destroyer. 12-24. We lose by 1 in the right lane. I didn't think there was any way we were going to lose this one, but I think they found the way to make it happen. Wait, no, we don't. Because it destroys left to right, it didn't cap out that right lane. I'll absolutely take it. Some really crazy play lines, especially when you get the Hercules line. When you don't, it can feel a little bit lackluster, but once you get Hercules down, some really crazy big power things start playing. Unless, of course, you get Doc Ock or Eliath. Those are par for the course. Next up, we have Kinnicus. First location is the raft. We could try to fill it up. We do have Falcon to pull it back in. Yeah, that one was an absolute mess of a game. Luke's bar is actually pretty decent for our movement style builds. I think we're just going to skip. We'll play Nocturne next turn. The White Widow is a little unfortunate. They'll be able to play that continually. Iron Fist is a nice one to get kind of started quickly. It allows us to do like Iron Fist into Human Torch move. We don't even necessarily need the Falcon for it. That'll move and then pull back into our hand, allowing us to do it again several times over. I think it's enough to snap into. We'll be able to win Luke's bar with like Nocturne, with a Vulture move. Then we're looking to aim and develop a big Human Torch before that point. Neon Thief, you said, do you remember what deck you got to Infinite this season? Yeah, so the one that I ran was a Gwynpool. It was a Gwynpool hand buff deck. And so with the White Widow, with Magic, I'm looking or thinking about it either being like a Clutter or Clog deck, or a Mill deck. We have to look out for both. Both could be pretty scary. So maybe we end up holding the Falcon to pull it back in. I think here we're also going to do the same thing. And then we can leave. We can play Shadow King out. I don't think they're going to have anything that scales other than maybe a Red Hulk. Bounce and move. This deck is my nightmare. It is definitely something for sure. So it is a Clutter or Junk style deck. We still have to look out for either one of those lines. We have to look out for a Doc Ock play. And so we'd want to be able to do something like a Nocturne to kind of protect ourselves in one lane or another. And so the Shadow King to the left, with this being a junk deck, I mean, we could do something like Iron Fist, Human Torch, Dagger. Falcon. It's going to pull these first, but it does protect us against the Doc Ock line. Nocturne in the middle location. We have a way to push power in there with like the Iron Fist, and so I don't think we need to rip it away. I think we're letting Limbo stay. I think it depends. So we either really hedge and guard against the Doc Ock play, which I think is kind of one of our lines. It's either that, and so I think they do Doc Ock in the left, now that I think about it. And so Iron Fist, Human Torch, Ghost Spider, Falcon. I think Doc Ock goes to the left to try to clog it up. Oh no, Titania, Green Goblin. All right. So they were trying to block it regardless of which direction we went. But by having those movable cards, we can kind of protect against that very common either Doc Ock or Clutter. And then we're going to pull it back in. And so our Human Torch is going to get really big. We're not going to be able to pull it back in, right? Just the Iron Fist, the Ghost Spider. No, we do get the Human Torch. Perfect. We can get rid of it with a Fist, Iron Fist into Nocturne. But then we can't push any power into mid now that we don't have Ghost Spider. So I think we do this. I think Nocturne, we prime an Iron Fist. The only issue would be if we did get Doc Ocked to the right now. But I think we still lock it in. Nocturne to cap them out of the left lane. That way they can't play anything additional in it. The Iron Fist is primed and ready. The dagger comes in.
Friendly neighborhood
The
Spider-Man here.
Spider-Man is going to jump over into mid with the Ghost Spider. Into the Iron Fist one additional time. And it couldn't move because this location was locked in. And so now it just comes down to like the Human Torch, which I don't think they have Shadow King. I don't think they have Shang-Chi. We don't have initiative, so we would have to worry about like an Goliath, but then Human Torch is still so very big. I think it looks something like Vulture, Human Torch, Iron Fist Dagger. Caps out the left, caps out mid, puts a lot of power here. We already win the left lane. Did you have any card game experience before Snap? Yeah, so I played Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was really young. I played it around like our neighborhood. And then after that,
Victory.
I took a little bit of a break. Like I dabbled in like Pokemon and Digimon, but didn't have a lot of people around me that would play it. The first big one that I got into was Hearthstone. I played when that first came out, and since it was mobile, I was able to really play and really work on like my deck building skills. From that point, after a couple seasons, I got bored. I took a break from it. I played Legend of Runeterra for the first couple of seasons that was around, and then took a break, went back to Hearthstone, and then Snap came out, and that's where I've been ever since. You said, what was your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh archetype? So I had a really, it was kind of control heavy. It was a control heavy Gravity Bind build, and so Gravity Bind was a trap card that would make any, I think it was 3-star or above, they couldn't attack. And so in addition to that, I had a lot of like 1- and 2-star cards that could directly inflict damage on the opponent's health or life points. And so then equipped cards to make those and ramp those up. And so a lot of decks couldn't really do anything. They would end up being stuck unless they got a trap clear. And so that was my favorite archetype by far. All right, so we have the Cloning Vats, which could be kind of interesting. Mine was simply the Cyber Dragon deck. So happy it recently got support. Nice. I'm not super familiar with the Cyber Dragon. If it's a little bit newer, then I definitely haven't caught it. But I'm glad that it got a little bit of support so that it sounds like it's viable. Do you remember what was happening when you played Pokemon? So it was like shortly after like Red, Blue, and Yellow released, or I guess Yellow may not have been out when I first started playing Pokemon. So it was very, very early on. So Hercules into Pet Mansion isn't fantastic. It might be that we just do Nocturne. We do have Shadow King because it looks like a destroy deck. We have Shadow King built into our deck to maybe offset. No, a Forge. So it is like a Silver Surfer. And then Odin, you said, I'm happy after only a week playing, I just cracked into gold. Nice. Would it be okay if I send the deck code in here to show you the deck I'm using? So I think Nightbot blocks it, but you can try. Yeah, it was definitely OG Pokemon. So we can copy the Hercules. I don't think there's any harm or foul in doing that. Since we don't have our cards that need to be moved quite yet. Twinpool gets kind of scary here. I watched the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, but I didn't get into the card game portion of that one. 3, 4, 5. We need to make sure that we can play whatever we draw next turn, and we need one of our movement cards, Human Torch, Dagger, or Vulture. And I don't know which one would be the best bet at this point. Let's see. Another Gwynpool coming down. We do have Shadow King to be able to offset whatever big card they end up bursting onto the board. Into Dagger. All right, so we do something like Dagger, move here, move wherever. And then do we rip it back to the left? Maybe we rip that one over to the right. Into... Phoenix Force, Iron Fist? Oh, we have initiative here. Woof. Thank you, Maximilian. I caught that. It was just a little bit too late.
Escaped.
So Odin Gaming, you said Chavez, Iron Fist, Craven, Doctor Strange, Hulkbuster, Multiple Man, Cloak, Bishop, Vulture, Vision, Heimdall. I like that as a... It looks like maybe are you earlier on in your collection? I like that for like an earlier collection move style deck. I think Gwynpool kind of helps even out some of that curve. Only 455. And you're cracking into gold. As long as you're enjoying it, that's the biggest piece. Is that you're enjoying it. Is that Dodge? Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime. That is 2 months as a Prime sub member. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. So I think we're going against Spida again. I think we're gonna prime the Iron Fist in mid. We have Human Torch that can move a card over. We have Ghost Spider to pull it back. We just don't have any way to pull them in just yet. So with White Palace, we get a little bit of insight into their build Cosmo, which is a little bit scary because we do like to have those move enablers. So now we have Falcon to pull them back in, which is perfect. So let's go Human Torch into Ghost Spider, move mid. Then we're going to Falcon pull it back in after this turn. I think we should have initiative going into this turn, so I don't think there's anything that stops us from pulling in our Falcon. Cable comes down. I'm def enjoying it. Just not sure how the card pulls work. Like when you're able to start unlocking them from the new pulls. So there's level ranges. So I think at 455, I want to say you're really close to completing pull 2. And so then that opens up pull 3, which is just such a massive one to start in. So we can play the Nico. It's not going to get doubled up because we're going to pull it in as our very next card. You have to play a buffer card, but I'm still going to play it just because. And we're going to pull in our Iron Fist, our Ghost Spider, our Human Torch, which could all either sit very nicely into the Nexus, or we could rip it away with a Nocturne. So they do Nico, they do Snow Guard, changes into the Demon. So it looks like maybe we're going against a Loki deck. I low-key think that's fine. We could do Iron Fist, Human Torch, move into Beast to pull. Or if we did that, we might as well do Iron Fist, Human Torch, Beast to pull it back in. We'll pull all of these back in. We won't have a card to draw next turn, but we're not going to have initiative. We're not going to have priority. I think we're going to be able to get, at the very least, a really big Human Torch going. that does damper things. We're not going to pull in the Human Torch here. We copy their Devil Dino. They copy either the Cosmo or the Nocturne. But Human Torch doesn't get a spot in our hand, which is really unfortunate. We do have Falcon to pull it back in. But... so maybe it looks like... a Nocturne to threaten ripping away the Nexus into Falcon plus an Iron Fist Q. That allows us to do Human Torch. We can then move the Human Torch, pull it back in with Ghost Spider. Unless, of course, they drop the Cosmo. But I think this is what we go with. And then Jacusin, you said, did you climb to Infinite on your first season when you started playing 2 years ago? Ooh, we lose the Human Torch. Really unfortunate. Can you tell me a little bit about how the game has evolved since then? I just started during the Thunderbolt season. It's definitely easier to climb to Infinite now than it was, because before you could match into other people. Like when you were pre-Infinite, you could match into players that were already there. So there wasn't as many, or if any, bot matches pre-Infinite. And so it was very difficult to climb there on some seasons. So they always have a Cosmo. If they Cosmo here, we would lose the right. That's a really tough sell for them, I think. We could also just rip it away, and then we're looking at overpowering these two. I think instead it's the dagger move, the Ghost Spider, into the Cosmo. And so back then it was the decks weren't as crazy, but it was kind of like the great unknown. Like there wasn't all these sites to give you stats on how well a deck performs, and so you kind of just had to try things. And so people were unlocking cards at different rates. You never knew what was going to end up like coming into the game or into that match. And so there wasn't really a really big established meta. And so it was, in a lot of ways, it was a lot of fun. And so with the Cosmo, we do overtake the Nexus location, which allows us to win nowhere as well. So that one was very, with the Shang-Chi countering our Human Torch, that one was a very tight game, but we were able to barely pull it out. Gladly take those. It looks like there is about a set of ads that are about to run. We're gonna go ahead and do the minute and a half, and then we'll queue right back up into another game. So don't go anywhere, you guys. Slowdive, you said, "Hey buddy, how's it going?" Playing one of my favorite decks. It's going well. We have been a little bit up, a little bit down. I think we've kind of evened out. We started really strong at like a 70% win rate, and then dropped below, like a little bit below 50, not way below, but a little bit below 50. And then I think we've leveled out since then. Let me see. No, we're still kind of hovering, but we've recovered a bit. It was a little bit of a rough start. We hit some really unfortunate RNG for a little bit, a few bad draws, and we're trying to climb back up and make it count now. But next up, we do have Atrix Clown again, which I think we dropped a game to a little bit earlier. I'm going to hold off for just a second because ads are still running. I queued up a little bit faster than what I meant to. So we're going to slow play the first couple of turns. We have the Falcon. We could always Ghost Spider into Falcon to get the extra card draw. I don't think it's great, but I think it's okay. that it happens. The problem I have with move decks is there's not a ton of room to add tech cards. Yeah. Yep, it's almost like one or two, and it's really tough to fit those in sometimes. So New York allows us to move cards, which is a great early touch. We do have Human Torch go alongside the Ghost Spider now. I think we go ahead and play Falcon. Don't know that we curve out the Human Torch early, just in case we get Hercules. So let's just go with this, get the extra card draw, and then see what happens from there. Okay, the dagger's not terrible. We're not going to be able to pull the Ghost... Oh, we are. Okay. They Stegron slapped the Ghost Spider over into Oscorp Tower, but Falcon allowed us to pull it back in, luckily. Luckily, we were able to mitigate that one. Is Arsham's play rate still very high? It is pretty high. So now if we went with like the movement cards early, the only way we'd have to pull them back in would be Beast. So, I mean, but we also have New York. So maybe we split the movement cards for this game. We do something like Iron Fist, Vulture to start developing that one a little bit earlier. We have Dagger into like a Ghost Spider or Human Torch into a Ghost Spider next turn, into being able to move one into New York, not be able to move one into New York because of the Legion play. But yeah, Arsham's play rate is still pretty high. We do get Beast, and so we could always Human Torch, Ghost Spider pull, Beast bounce, which allows us to develop the Human Torch further. It also allows us to potentially drop priority going into the last turn. So that opens up room for like a Shadow King, a big Sage, or something similar, kind of in that line. So the double drop, the Sentinel comes down, and then what do we have in the right lane? The Jubilee into just a Hail Mary pull, which ends up hitting Lady Deathstrike and taking out the Jubilee. Interesting. So the Human Torch is going to move over. We're going to pull all of those back in. Then we can flood them all in the last turn. So Nico will turn a card into a demon. The left lane may be very winnable with just like Sage. Maybe it's something like Sage. We'll reverse that. I think we go Nico. No, we have to do it in that order. Or I guess we don't. Nico into Iron Fist. The next card we play will move. And so we can do Human Torch into Ghost Spider, into Sage, and then for giggles we can throw Shadow King in mid. It's going to put a lot of emphasis on the left lane and the right lane and just leave mid to fend for itself, which I think is where we're going to push. Maybe we should. Maybe that's not the right call. The blob in the left is super big, super unfortunate. It is not going to be enough with the Sage, unfortunately. It came down to where they were dropping the blob, and unfortunately for us, they dropped it into mid, or into the left lane, which I think is probably the smart line because they already know that that's a decent amount of power. They don't invest heavily into the other ones, but we don't quite get there. We lose by 4. It's all right. We gave it the good old college try. Atrix Clown is a very solid player. The blob play, we should have thought about where that one was going to end up. Yeah, the blob was just a little bit too fat. We've given this one a fair shake, a couple hours, and we've just really been pushing nil. So I think we're going to switch it over into a little bit of Gwensham. So Gwen Arsham, we have the really solid tech cards in like the Doc Ock, the Legion. We have our counter plays in the Rogue, Shang-Chi, with the backup line of the Loki Quinjet, and then Gwen pull for just a little bit of flair. So if he can't beat him, we're going to go ahead and try and join him. And then if we're seeing a lot of Arsham, we can always switch to the Hawk deck again. That one does really, really well into that game or into that matchup, but we'll see. So next up we have Dababu, rank 68. The first location ends up being Clintar. We get Namora off the jump. We have Arsham and the Living Tribunal. Legion could end up being a pretty big one for us, depending on what the other locations end up being. And with the Hood, especially being in the right lane, I think this is either a Cersei or an Annihilus gamer. And so maybe Baron Zemo comes in handy. We can always Baron Zemo into Clintar, and just after turn 4, we can let it get absorbed. We could also play Legion into Clintar to copy it across the board, so that all of their cards end up becoming a void. The Mojo world is a little bit unfortunate. We typically can't do a whole lot of cards out. I think we're going to hold the Enchantress here. Next turn on 4, I really like the idea of Clintar, of duplicating that across the board. That opens up some potential lines for maybe Namora, but I think it's more in line with doing like a Red Hulk or something similar. And so Sentry, we are looking at either Cersei or a Annihilus deck, but all of the cards are going to turn into Clintar. So a good lucky Shadow King can end up setting all of these cards to 0, which I think is really, really funny. I don't have Blob. What alternatives could be used? Blob is a really strong one, so it's really tough to replace the Blob. I would go with another high power 6 cost, but it's not going to be quite as good. And so you either do that or like a tech slot. Magneto, Red Hulk would be kind of what you would be looking at, but Blob has the kind of unique effect or ability to be able to just go a little bit higher than those a lot of the times. But either of those would be what I would kind of start with trying. So the snap into this, I'm thinking they do have the Annihilus or the Cersei. You could do Hawk, but Hawk's only going to be really good into the Arsham matches. So with the snap into this, I am a little bit hesitant to do the Doc Ock, but I do want to see it play out. So they go 1 card in mid. Could be the Annihilus line. Let's see. Let's see what they end up having. The Morph changes into Living Tribunal. Hobgoblin is unfortunate, for sure. And then the Shang-Chi, super unfortunate. Every single one of those was unfortunate.
Escaped.
Doc Ock did not pay off for us that time, but and then if you see a lot of Arsham and you're not wanting to run Arsham yourself, this one does really, really good into it. It does good into a couple of other builds as well, but it's like a mashup or cross up between Silver Surfer and then like a Hawk Disruption style build. And so it treated me really well. We had a fantastic win rate with it earlier today, but then we switched off of it for whatever reason, and we've been having trouble finding our footing. All right, and just next up we have, just for fun, we do get our Mockingbird, which is always great value. We have Shang-Chi, which is great as well. Quinjet to cause discount on all of the cards that we draw that are actually random. So not a bad start for us. Really like that line. So we go Nimrod on 3, Galactus on 4. It's huge. We're going to snap into it. I don't know that it's... Okay, never mind. We don't get to do it.
Victory.
We don't get to do the just for fun anyways. I think we would have went with just creating 1 Nimrod copy instead of 2. 2 would make it hard for us to follow up unless we were trying to sneak it on the last turn. Which with that one, I would want to play out early for sure. Just for fun, but then retreats. I mean, we took a long time on that first turn, so maybe they just didn't want to be roped anymore. Maybe they didn't find that fun. Next up, we have a Fighting Panda. We have Mantis for turn 1, so we'll see some Mantis gameplay. See what we can pull with her. Ooh, Misty Knight. And it is a high Evo build. So Infinite is decent. We can always do Loki to pull whatever they have. Kind of like maybe just doing a skip into a big Infinite. We have the Giganto, which was really big to the left. But Loki allows us to do what they want to do, but bigger. I think we are going to go Loki. We don't have any great cards of our cards in our hand. And so I'm okay replacing them. Maybe. We do get the Infinite back in return. We have the Sunspot, which is going to scale drastically. We have a Cyclops, which is going to be able to add a lot of disruption throughout the game. So let's go with the Cyclops to the right. I'm going to play Sunspot into mid. Then we're going to skip with the rest. Within a couple of turns, like maybe we skip on 5 into 6. That way we can play the Infinite, get a discount on our Scar. And then we will get a pretty decently sized Sunspot as well. Shang-Chi is a nice one to see. I think we are going to skip into being able to play the Infinite. That does give them more information than what we have, because they'll be able to skip on 6 into 7 to play like an Infinite plus She-Hulk. But I think otherwise we're okay here.
Hello!
So with the Infinite, I think we spread it and play it to the left. We'll go ahead and snap into it. I think we played into the left. Infinite is going to make Scar 4. Sunspot's going to scale past 10, so that's going to end up being a 2-cost Scar to allow us to be able to do Shang-Chi, Scar, and still float with Sunspot on the last turn. Take those. How's Doc Ock been so far? We've only ran this one a handful of times. The one game that I did drop Doc Ock, we lost. I mean, it's not awful, but I think it really depends on what you are playing up against. All right, we're going to go ahead and go Mantis Nightcrawler. We don't end up pulling anything. The one benefit that we do have is that we have a couple of cards already out on the board in Mojo World. So it's a little bit easier for us to kind of push the advantage over there. We could curve out the Ironheart that we got from Camp Lay High, but I think we're going to wait a touch. Let's see. So Nico comes down, and they're going to be able to change one of these locations, most likely pulling away like this left lane, I would imagine. We could either wait. Yeah, I think we wait. We could play Black Swan into Krakoa, but I think I want to wait a little bit to see if maybe we get Mockingbird, a Doc Ock, a Blob. All are going to be really big in Krakoa. So Killmonger comes down. They are changing this left lane, but it takes out our Mantis and our Nightcrawler. And so, okay, it creates additional space for us. Into Project Pegasus is a little bit scary because we don't necessarily need all of that extra power. Ooh. Speaking of Blob, we're going to get a Blob-sized top deck. I almost want to snap into it. We will. We'll go ahead and snap into it. We have Enchantress in case they drop any kind of ongoing cards. Gwenpool is in this deck. We just haven't seen her yet. Yeah, definitely an amazing top deck. And it is a little bit strange that they decided to Killmonger now. Hopefully they play Null this round. Null would be pretty good. Death, Deadpool, and then Venom. And so we have the Enchantress. We don't have the Shang-Chi built in yet.
Need to change my underwear.
But they're getting, what, the 12 power top deck? What a big Gwenpool. We take the 22 power Gwenpools. All right, let's go ahead and throw... I'm going to throw that into mid. Let's see. And then Animatopia. He said TLSG late night. It is a TLSG late night stream. We've been enjoying them, and so hopefully you guys are enjoying it as well. So the Electra, we could pop either X-23 or Deadpool. We have to look out for Null. Maybe a Shang-Chi. All of our power got pushed into the Enchantress. So what if we did this? That gives a guaranteed extra 2 to the right. They only have 3 cards in hand. They've already played their death. And Arnim Zola? I don't think would win them mid, though. We do end up forcing the retreat. We take those. The Blob was such a beautiful top deck. Into the Gwenpool. We were able to find her when we needed. Spoken as Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia. I missed it the first time, but now that you say it, it makes sense. I like your name. And then your name is Anna, so it fits perfectly. I like it. It's like your own, little own, like cheeky dad joke almost. Alright, next up we have Hope Winters. Sounds like Anna. I apologize. I missed that one. And then Imdude, thank you so much for being here so that I am able to stream. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys being here. So I appreciate you as well. And so Savage Land's coming in. We have Silver Samurai we could use to maybe get rid of the Professor X. We do also have Mockingbird, so we could kind of curve that in early, maybe to the left. Block that one in place. We Doc Ock a different lane. Oh, good. Yeah, it's very late. And thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, Anna. I appreciate the support and you just being here to enjoy the stream. But yeah, it's pushing 3:30 my time. I like Arshan's intro. It sounds like an ancient language chant. He does have a pretty sleek intro for sure. Why you play Loki? So disappointed. So my justification is Loki is definitely like a backup line. And then not Tim Phillips. She said headed out, but leaving the stream running. Good luck, have fun, mate. Thank you so much for leaving the stream running. It definitely helps out. It counts as a lurker. And so we'll hit a few ads here and there before we end. And so hopefully you have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you being here for a little while. So I kind of like the Professor X to lock this left lane in, and we stop any kind of Shang-Chi shenanigans. We have Doc Ock either in mid or right. And we'll go ahead and snap into it. And then Anna, I'm happy to be streaming as well. I am set to return to office on Monday, unfortunately. And so the streams will I think, slow down a little bit. And it'll just go back to like Fridays, unless I can find a way around it. We do hit the Professor X, which protects our left lane from the Shang-Chi. Got that almost immediate value out of it. We do have blobs for a last turn play, and the Miss Marvel thumbs up. I'm not even going to emote him back. I'll let him sit in it. We'll take our 2 cubes and jump over. You said you're also Central Time, but work late nights, so I miss a lot of the daytime streams. Well, that works out perfect. And the late night streams are definitely kind of tough ones. Or the overnight hours are definitely kind of tough. So we get the Pandart variant. We already hit the 4th marker, or the 6th, I think the 6th marker in the album. And so unless we bought some, I don't think that the extra one is going to help us out. Oh, and that one's not even included, is it? Thought it would be. We're still 6 out of 9 here. That Shang must have felt bad. I do. I think so. My fiance and I missed you a lot. Anna, I'm so glad that I was able to come back, because it was a break that was very much needed. But I took the time that I needed. I'm really glad to be back, and that there's people to come back and stream to. And then Odin, I don't know if you're still here, but you said you have radiation tomorrow. Hopefully it goes well, and hopefully you get some good sleep, and hopefully you get some good news. I don't know exactly where it's at, but hopefully the radiation goes well tomorrow. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. Oh, was that the emote spammer from before? When does the Deadpool event start? It should be... I think it was the 26th. They made the post in the Discord. Final week of season? Yeah, it tracks. Oh, you got a snap. Zero Youth. I forgot. I missed it at the end of that last one, and I meant to remember, but I just did not. Ooh, we're gonna get a cannonball here. So not a bad start. I opted to not drop Yondu because a lot of times that will give them better outs and better resources. And so we ended up holding the Yondu, even though we could have played it. Mental health is important, yeah, especially after all the craziness with the pandemic. Yeah, that, and I had some pretty unfortunate things happen in my personal life that instead of addressing and kind of working through and dealing with, I just kind of pushed them down and worked more, created more content, and then it just kind of hit like a boiling point where I just kind of ended up shutting down. But it was a good kind of refresh. It was definitely needed. And so the vault gets destroyed, the debris comes down, so it looks like we're looking at like maybe a junk deck. We can lock in this middle location. They're not able to do Doc Ock just yet. Maybe it's that we lock in the middle location. I don't think they play anything bigger than 11. If they don't play anything at all, Captain Marvel always has the option to move out. Mockingbird's also going to be really cheap going into next turn. So let's go ahead and lock that one in. Next turn, we have to look out for the potential... ooh, the Absorbing Man. Looking to cap out our middle location, copying the debris. We will take those. So we have to look out for the Doc Ock play. I think between like... I kind of think between Mockingbird and Cannonball, we'd be all right. Simo, you said just discovered you from the KM Best video. You seem like a warm and gentle soul. I hope your mental health is okay. It is much better now. It was something that I ignored it for a while, but it just kind of got to the point where I had to deal with it. I had to process and cope. But I'm glad that you found the video through Came Best. Hopefully you're enjoying the content. Whew, that was a big third debris pushing into the left. They'd have to be able to win left, and that is just a lot of raw power. And so they don't have like a Shang-Chi that can take it out. So I think this doesn't get as much. I think the best we can do would be like the Arsham or the Legion. Arsham just in case they do Red Hulk. And we still lose the right lane. It just comes down to winning the left, which I think we could. But Odin, you said I have stage 3 lung cancer. Found out about it 2 months ago. The plan is 3 rounds of chemo and radiation every 10 weeks. I just had my second before yesterday. Message of the day, don't smoke. Legion? Why would we... I guess why would we do Legion? But I hope that the radiation goes well and that you get some good news in terms of like the success of your chemo and your radiation. What would Legion do for us? Bowser. That Arsham doesn't. I know it takes away the bonus to the 1-cost cards, but at least right now we have more 1-costs over there. But yeah, I agree with chat. I'm very sorry to hear that, Odin. Hopefully you get a little bit of good news soon. It sounds like it could definitely be needed. We'll go with Legion though.
Victory.
So we do get the 2-cube retreat. Chat got a little bit heavy here. A little bit heavy here. But we are wishing you the very best, Odin. And then if anybody is going through anything kind of tough, definitely take time to go through like and treat your mental health the same way you would any other part of your body. It's very easy to ignore, but a very important thing that you need. We're going to run just a quick set of ads really fast. I'm not going anywhere, but we're going to run a quick set of ads so they don't start in the middle of the games. Then we'll be right back. All right, it looks like we should be, I mean, we'll be pretty close. It takes a little bit to queue in, and then the first couple turns we'll kind of play it a little bit slow. But we'll jump into the next one. TLSG, I was looking at the upcoming Spotlight schedule. You're liking the Copycat Week? Onomatopoeia, I apologize. I try to run them whenever... Wait. Oh. You said glad to be able to not deal with the ads and still support you. Yeah, ads can be definitely tough. I try not to do them during gameplay so that those that can't necessarily support don't miss out on too much. But we definitely appreciate the support whenever and wherever it can come from. Gwynpool and Arsham deck feels weird on paper. So a lot of times you're going to have, I mean, at its core, you're just looking to get like a good 4/12 out onto the board. And you have several turns to make sure that you can play those cards out. And so I think it does okay in the slot. Being able to play it a turn earlier, I think has some pretty interesting value. But I do agree. Copycat looks very interesting. We get the Dazzler. Black Panther also comes in. I think we'll go ahead and play just the Dazzler, and then we'll hold off on anything else. I like how you and Binks do no ads. That's why I watch you guys. Yeah, it's definitely very distracting, or it pulls you away whenever you're in the middle of a game and then ads start rolling on the last like two turns of a match. So it's hard to get really invested into it. And so the Wolverine, I think they're going to be running a destroy deck. And so I think we're going to go ahead and play Black Panther out now. And we'll save the Hobgoblin for a little bit later. I just like being able to hang out with you during, rather than have people holler at me to buy stuff. Yeah, I agree. It is nice to be able to not have them pop up. So the Bucky Barnes seems like a little bit weaker of a destroy deck a lot of times. So maybe we Hobgoblin, because I don't think it'll go through in the left. I'm just going to Hobgoblin in mid. So it would have went through in left, depending on when and where they destroy cards. Gwynpool comes in, so maybe they're running like a Gwynpool Deadpool deck, which could be pretty interesting. I like Doc Ock into mid. It's either that or into Vibranium Mines. Make sure we get all of their cards taken care of. If we don't play into Vibranium Mines, next turn we get Gwynpool, which could hit our Mr. Sinister, which would end up being pretty nice. I think knowing that Gwynpool's coming up, we'll play into mid instead of the Vibranium Mines. Otherwise, I'd be leaning a little bit more towards here to drain all of the resources. You said Jeff also does a great job. Yeah, Jeff is definitely a seasoned vet. He does a very good job of like not doing them during gameplay. So like when he's switching decks or something similar, is when he queues his up. And so I definitely appreciate those that at least make an effort. There's some times where mine will accidentally run through the middle of like a game, but for the most part, I make a. Oh, this is the last turn. Oh, woof. Well, we should have went Doc Ock somewhere else. The only benefit is that they can only play one card this turn. This would tie left, but I don't know if that's ever enough to win. Unless they had like an Arnim Zola. They do have Electro intact. Ironically, we're all Central Time. Oh, really? I didn't realize Jeff was in Central Time. I kind of want to stay. But they have destroyed quite a few cards. Their null would be pretty big. Maybe not. We'll stick it out and see. Maybe they didn't realize they had Electro in play. The Doctor. Ooh, the Shang-Chi. Turns it into a point differential. We win this lane by 7. They win this one by 4. Interesting. I bet they snapped before realizing Electro got pulled down.
Victory.
Jeff and Binks are both in Illinois. I knew Binks was, but I didn't know where Jeff lived. So it's interesting to know. Definitely a small world. And then Doctor, you said, have you tested Black Swan with Gwynpool? Definitely seems interesting. I did for a little bit. Like a Black Swan with like a Mysterio beast to pull your 1 cost back in. Yeah, that one was very, very close. I think they messed up not realizing Electro was out on the board. But we gladly take those where we can. Next up we have Baba Chuga. The first location is Murder World. We do get Cable. We have a Moon Knight, which could enable our stature. Kind of like. As I get older, the world gets smaller. Yeah, yep, I agree. So it definitely feels a lot more interconnected than what you give it credit for. So I think we go ahead and do the Moon Knight. We don't have any awful hits. The best one would probably be Jean Grey. Mystique and Rogue are both also probably okay. Stature would be the worst one, because we do want to enable the Stature. They lose their Magic. They lost their Mystique. I'm thinking this is a negative build. So losing Magic is pretty detrimental for them. Are you making an alliance? I am, but I have no idea how to... fairly recruit. Because I don't want... I don't know. 30 people is such a small number. But I am going to be making one. It's just figuring out the best way to... You still have Discord? Yeah, I still have a Discord. It's not as active as it was before, but we definitely still have one.
Oh, snap.
And so I think we do Professor X. We could always do Mystique and Stature next turn to lock down an additional location. And then Professor X is going to make sure that the cards don't get destroyed in Rickety Bridge. These will move over, but I think we're all right. so the Wong comes down. We're hoping that was the Wong decision for him. They don't have the Mystique to copy it. I still think we're looking at a Mr. Negative build. And so something like this, I think, is perfectly fine. We could also use Rogue to steal the Wong away. But it doesn't feel like we necessarily need to. Yeah, with us being more active, it is starting to pick up a little bit more. And there's still some people there. It's not like it's completely dead, but this is much more evil than. Yeah, I like this one. We could do the Rogue to steal it away, but I like locking this left lane in. The only thing we fall to is if like a 3 cost gets over here, and then they get the big trigger of Surfer in mid or something like that. Ooh. Very scary. Might lose this. If they have a loot cage. I think we lose this one. As long as they had the loot cage in play. Rogue. Rogue, it's a little bit too late for Rogue. I guess if they hit Odin. No. Odin would re-trigger this, bring us down to 0, bring this down by negative. No. I think you got this. I don't think we do. So even if they do just Odin here, that re-triggers this just one more time, brings us down to 0, it's a tie. How do you join the link? Is it expired? Oh, no. And this lane becomes a lost lane, and then they still have 10 power here. We only have 7. I think we got to jump out of it. Let me grab you an updated link.
Escaped.
Thought I updated it with the updated one, but I know I had to pull it. I think it was the last stream as well. So I set it to expire never. Write the new link. And there we go. I'll update Nightbot with that one to see if maybe it sticks this time. If not, then I'll continue updating it where we need to. Not seeing the command. Is it Nightbot that does it? No, Magic the Gathering bot. I think it's like update. No, I don't know how to do it. I know there's a way to update those commands, but we'll figure it out later. We're gonna go ahead and jump into another one. Should have not been a villain. I know. We shouldn't have been a villain and did the double lockdown. We could have stolen that away with Rogue and been, I think, fine. Would you say Gwen is worth getting? I think there's a lot of potential. I think she's definitely a solid card. It doesn't feel like she absolutely breaks the game at this point, but I could see her finding her way into a lot of powerful decks in the future as we get other like resources and tools. I don't think she'll ever be like a completely dead card. And so I enjoy her. I think she's a little bit less flexible than something like Blink, but a little bit more flexible than like last seasons of Gilgamesh. And so I would advocate for her, but it really comes down to what you prefer playing. She can find her way into a handful of builds, but she's not incredibly versatile that she can just be playing everything. So we get Shuri from the Daily Bugle, and we do see Gwenpool here. Agent Coulson isn't incredible for us. I think we're still going to play it. Is the She-Hulk bundle worth it? Only if you like the variant. Otherwise, it's almost I think it's an exactly the credit ratio that you could get from just changing in your credits normally. And so if you like the variant or you don't have She-Hulk, I'd say it'd probably be worth it. Otherwise, it's just about if you were going to convert the credits to the gold to credits anyways. Let's go ahead and throw Gwynpool into the right lane. That's going to hit just a hodgepodge of cards. I want to confirm for you that the last swing that you sent for Discord worked perfect, Anna. And so I'll update the Nightbot after the stream ends. That way I don't end up going around with it too much. And so magic to extend the game here. We have a Doc Ock, which I think could be pretty disruptive. We know that it's extended because of the Shuri line that they want to play. They also have a Doc Ock that they got from or maybe got from us in Daily Bugle. So they could have also gotten, I guess, a Shang-Chi or Quicksilver. So I think there's a very high chance that Doc Ock gets destroyed after pulling. But I do kind of like Doc Ock to the right because I don't think they're going to play their second card there. I think they play into Daily Bugle with a Shuri this turn. So the Venom comes down. I am curious what they were pushing for with the magic. The Nimrod. So they were going for a Nimrod destroyed. This definitely ends up disrupting that quite a bit. We could always do an arrow to pull the Shuri over to cap this one out if they don't destroy it this turn. Which I kind of like. Jason, you said, I've been really enjoying Gwynpool with Mysterio. Yeah, being able to make the Mysterio really big. If you can guarantee that it hits or find a way to make it hit, it ends up pushing just a lot of power out. And so I think we go ahead and try the arrow to cap them out of the right lane. And so if they decide to go for that Shuri line, they'll be locked into this right lane. We have Shang-Chi, so if this gets too big, so the Doc Ock, I think they're going to hit with a double Shang-Chi here. Not just a single. But we do get the Shang-Chi down. We get the Shuri, but that's not going to be able to do anything for us. And then, unfortunately, Wasp. And so Quantum Tunnel becomes a little bit difficult to win. They are pretty low on resources. But I think we go for this, and then we call it good. The good thing about the Gwynpool bonus is it's only going to change Shang-Chi's base to 2, so he's still going to be a 4-power play in the left. So if for some reason... Oh, it's not the last turn. Was I thinking it was the last turn? They do end up retreating.
Victory.
Mister, we found it in the end. No Loki, Mockingbird, or Blob. Those are all really tough to replace. Like Loki and Mockingbird, you can get away with. I would go with a little bit more like tech heavy. So something like maybe Leech as well, something a little bit heavier ended. So like, and Eliath is fantastic in Arshan builds at countering that last turn play. Mockingbird's a little bit trickier if you're going with the Quinjet. So without Loki and without Mockingbird, I would probably drop Quinjet as well. And probably lean maybe back into the Hawk line, but that's not really strong unless you're in those direct counters. And so it ended up being something like Eliath, Magneto, and then maybe another like low-cost, high-value card. So maybe like a Nick Fury to generate additional 6s. And there is a high Evo Arshan build. I don't know how well it works though. So I haven't been able to play it a whole lot. It worked a handful of games for me. Other games, it ended up not working. So I think it's a little bit hit and miss. Yeah. And so they drop the randomly generated Arsham. We do have Quinjet. And so maybe we go ahead and throw Miss Marvel to the left. It's going to eventually move into mid. We have the Black Bolt to make them discard. And we have Doc Ock with the extra energy. So we can drain them of some of their resources. Maybe we put it all into Hala. Or we pull them all into the right. I kind of like the idea of forcing all of their cards into Hala. And then we kind of go from there and see what ends up sticking onto the board. Saving my keys for for Blob and Red Hulk, though. I think that's a good call. So we have the Loki, the Wolfsbane, the Hazmat coming down, and then Mockingbird. So they do have a lot of value here. If we ended up doing Shang-Chi, brings us up to 12. It brings them exactly to 12 as well. But with Miss Marvel, we go a little bit over 12. So we could potentially clear out the rest of their cards here. But I think we're going to lock in. Save them from the Agatha? Yeah, we did save them from the Agatha. But I do think this is where we're going to push. We can potentially take out... No, it moves first from the Bifrost and then Hala. Yeah, Bifrost goes off first. But we still destroyed their Hazmat at the very least. So this would bring us up to... 24. We would just need one additional play over there after this. This is going to make them discard one of their 2 cards. So they're not going to have a lot of resources to lean in on the last turn. The Doc Ock is big with the Agent Coulson, the Rogue. We're going to be pushing for a tie in mid with what got pulled. But we do have a little bit more flexible in-game line. They do discard 2 5s. Oh, you're right. So we'll have to play something a little bit bigger. Then it comes down to a tiebreaker, which is not great. Yeah, we lost the Miss Marvel bonus. This puts it into a tie, which would allow us to put 8 to the left, but it'd still be the tiebreaker. They only have 1 card to play, so it comes down to whatever they top decked. We're going to lock it in, see if they got something decent. The Shuri. The Shuri was definitely not that's something that they needed. We threw that game in a lot of ways, but we got lucky enough to be able to bring it home in the end.
Victory.
Simo, you said I threw Gwynpool into a Thor deck with truckloads of tech cards. And so I ran a Thor deck with a bunch of tech cards earlier. It was a Thor beta Jane Foster deck, and it just didn't feel like it. Like the tech cards when they worked were good, but it just didn't feel like they did enough consistently to find wins where we needed them. Vosh, very good game. I think you got us the first time, and so I think the score is settled. I think we're tied. And so next up we have the store manager, which is always running really high end on the ranked ladder. They do a lot of kind of cool different builds, and so I'm curious to see what they're running now. Sometimes they lean more towards like a Phoenix Force deck. So we'll see. Bad tank. So tired of Arsham. Can't wait for the nerf for such a broken card. I think calling it a brain dead deck is definitely a little bit much, my friend. Because there are a lot of lines where you have to figure out those optimal plays. But I do agree that it does some really frustrating things very consistently. So any kind of additional energy that you get is always going to be really strong. It's just finding the ways to make it work. I don't think he has incredible stats. There's a lot of ways that he's hard countered. So any kind of deck that runs Hawk is going to do really great against it. Doing a junk deck, cluttering up a lot of that space, also does really, really well. So I think we do push for trying to win the right lane. All that they've done is Deathlock so far. So I think this may be a Phoenix Force deck, and they just didn't hit their ideal lines. Either that or it's just destroy, and same thing. They didn't hit their lines. So the Phoenix Force does come down. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing retreat come in sometime soon. But since we haven't snapped, I think they play it out, at least for the time being. So we have Claw into Jubilee's not bad. It's going to make Mockingbird either a 1-cost or free. That I loved Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! With my friends' decks. That you didn't know. We got together for trade sessions. Yeah, that was always really fun. Being able to pick up the new cards and find ways to learn how to use them. I think Mockingbird, Rhino, Enchantress. And then I think we call it good. I think we do see a retreat. I don't know that they stick. Ooh, they do stick it out. Interesting.
Enchantress.
So we're pretty high up on the ranked ladder bad tank. I don't know who you're responding to about being low collection or rank. But I do think Arisham is very frustrating because it has very hard to read snap lines. They can do a lot of crazy things. And so finding ways to make that work can be finding ways to mitigate that downside or that potential risk is tough because you don't know what range they have of like either plays or techs or counters. So it can be definitely very frustrating to play into. And I get that point. And I get the point of seeing more Hawk because it's a direct counter to Arisham. But I don't think he's broken by any means. He definitely has like counterbalances that allow him to be kept in check. So if somebody was running Arisham and there was no Hawk at all, I would agree. I'd say he'd probably be broken. But with Hawk being such a very easy to build and accessible line, I don't think
Live from the Daily Bugle.
broken is there. And then Simply Uber, that's actually a pretty good stats for him. That kind of surprised me that they're even that high. Yeah, and then Cassandra Nova is going to come out, and that's going to put Arisham players in their place. And so it looks like maybe we're running against a Surfer deck. We ended up copying their Absorbing Man. Let's go ahead and play the Coulson out. Really good hand. We do have the Blob, which I think is pretty solid. We could do it on 5 into an Absorbing Man on 6. I kind of think we just do Proxima. We do have to worry about Death's Domain, because we don't have a good or direct way to play there. Unless we get Legion, which is not incredibly likely. The Forge into Hope Summers is decent. I kind of think we Mirage, but I'm not certain that is able to play into Death's Domain. We wouldn't be able to draw going to the next turn. So instead, I think we're just going to go with Enchantress left.
Enchantress.
They do go Gwynpool, so there could have been a chance that we pulled like a Brood, Mr. Sinister, something that could play into Death's Domain. And then Makari comes down. We know that it did not end up hitting the Makari. We are a little bit afraid of the counterplay that this deck could have built in. Looking at the Gwynpool, it could be finishing strong with like different tech cards. I had just assumed it was a Silver Surfer seeing the Nova, but it might be teched more heavily into like counter style play. the Red Guardian comes down, Nocturne as well, so they can change one of the locations. I think this becomes our best bet or best chance, but it does fall to those counterplays. And so if they have, for some reason, Rogue built in, they have the Shang-Chi, a Shadow King would also make us a little bit dead in the water. But I do think we play as if they don't play for Death's Domain, or that they don't move the Nocturne for Death's Domain, and see how it goes.
Victory.
That Arsham is definitely good, but not consistent enough to be oppressive. Yeah, I think the biggest piece for me, or the frustrating piece, is just that like range of what is good in Arsham. Like whether it be a Lyeth, you have to account for so many different variables that it's hard to anticipate the snap lines. So I find myself in matches that are for 4 or 8 cubes much more often when I'm against Arsham, because I could think that I have the perfect counter, and then it could end up being not the right one. Yeah, I do like to dust off the or knock off the dust from some old decks from time to time, because there's a lot that don't get covered frequently, because either they don't change or nothing is really new or exciting about them, and so a lot of them are still very, very good. So like even a Silver Surfer, not Silver Surfer, Silver Samurai discard deck can still be really, really good. It's just it oftentimes gets forgotten about. I believe you missed my question, but I'll ask again. I did miss your question. I believe spotlights this month are skippable. Most of them. Like this week for Bob, easiest skip, I think, in a very long time. Next week is Ajax. Ajax might be able to pick up some steam whenever we have Cassandra Nova. Sorry, the the thought train was eluding me. Whenever we have Cassandra Nova, the Ajax may get a little bit better. Yeah, I think Ajax is okay, especially with the preemptive buff to him. I think he's okay. Maybe he finds himself in like Affliction high Evo builds, but I think reluctantly done as you're playing Arsham. Meltdown Kid, thank you so much for the Prime sub. It doesn't, I don't think your notification came through for your alert, but thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we have the Doc Ock that we can pull and stack into. Maybe we Doc Ock into mid. That opens up the possibility for like a double Doctor Doom, which could be good in the left lane. I think this is probably fine. And then after Ajax, it's Copycat, right? And I think Copycat ends up being a pretty strong one. Anytime you have that asymmetrical information, a card is typically pretty good. Ajax ongoing is poor. I think he's going to be okay. I don't think he's going to be game breaking, but I think he'll be playable. Yeah, I think his release week, when we see a whole bunch of Cage, he's not going to be great. After that, I think it settles out and he becomes playable again.
Doom rules all.
Ooh, so they went ahead and played the Squirrels, and they're rotating for maybe some Khazar Blue Marvel. Oof, that is an unfortunate rotation. Yeah, I think Copycat in general is going to be a really good, just from that information. And then there's some times where you're going to get a high roll. Meltdown Kid, I appreciate the posture check. There's going to be some times where you get an incredibly big high roll, and that card becomes very usable and very winnable. But other than that, I think they're okay skips. Ajax, I think, would be the biggest potential at a future like viable deck. I think Hydra Bob is always going to be kind of mid, and so you're safe on him for a while. And so next up we have a Safety Blade, which is always, he always does some really incredible builds, some incredible decks. And so I am really interested to see what he has up his sleeve. Let's go Shocker into Nor Dimension. Hydra Bob should have been a 4, like a 4 cost. What's the time for you? A little after 4. Ooh, running Gilgamesh, it looks like. Into Central Park is a little unfortunate. We do have a Blob. We have Enchantress to take out a Blue Marvel, a Khazar. And so I think that does us quite a bit of good here. We also have potential to draw into Rogue as well. Oh, of Series 4. Sorry. Series 4 I think would make sense with him. But since they're not releasing anything into Series 4 anymore, yeah. Even direct to Series 3, like he's just like unfortunate. It takes a very high, I think very high skill cap just to play him decently. And he like the payoff just typically isn't great. So I think we passed through a lot of our early turns into like a Blob into our last turn play. I think they should still have Series 4 cards, like Bob. Yeah, I think Series 4 releases were an okay thing. But it comes out trying to figure out which ones are actually going to be strong, which ones... so it becomes, I think, kind of tricky on their end. And I think it's okay that Bob's not phenomenal. He's playable. You're okay, Anna. I think he's playable, but not necessarily great. He's just kind of a meme. And I don't think every card that releases has to be amazing. Because if they release amazing card week after week after week, it becomes really tough to kind of keep up, and you have to spend your tokens or your keys every single time. And so it looks like ads are about to run. We're going to run a minute and a half, and then we'll jump back in with a little bit more gameplay. This deck is actually doing pretty decently for us. And so don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back. So you can't get cards from caches anymore? No, Zero Youth. And actually, I don't think you can catch it unless you got graced by no ads. You're not able to pull from caches anymore. They changed that a little while back. And then Meltdown Kid. No ads for you. No ads for you is incredible. Thank you for the support, by the way, and the Prime sub. I know that you were waiting to drop it earlier, and then the stream abruptly ended because I lost power. Zero Youth, gonna grab some ads, some snacks while the ads run. All right. Yeah, I definitely do agree. He should have been 4. And then next up, we have our nemesis of the night. We have KX4N, who has swindled us out of 6 cubes by now. And the tables have turned because before he was running the Arisham deck, and now we are. And so I do like the idea of being able to do Atuma into Venom on the same turn, potentially. Is Arisham needed at that rank? No, he's definitely not needed. A lot of people are playing him because he's the new kind of fun toy. It kind of keeps some games like fresh and interesting, but not needed by any means. So we do have the Red Hulk here. We have a Tuma that we can play into Nidavellir, and then Venom keeps that upside. It's been a while since we've had a truly mid card like Bob. Yeah, the last couple of months have been really, really solid. Ever since I've returned, it's been really good releases. They made his ability specifically for Deadpool Knitter, but the event is released only after 2 weeks. And even that, like him moving is so random that it's hard to really gauge the value that it's going to bring. So we could do a Tuma into Sinister London, but I think instead we're going to skip. We're going to do Doc Ock into Sinister London. We're going to copy it twice. We could always potentially do Venom to free up some additional space if we need to. But seeing the Squirrel Girl, seeing the Jeff, we're going to go ahead and snap into it. I think maybe they're running like a Gilgamesh deck. And I think with Doc Ock, we can disrupt it enough that maybe it won't be able to find a way to win.
Victory.
And so, Anna, you said please elaborate. So, Deadpool's Dinner, you're able to snap every turn instead of once per game. And so Bob is going to jump around like crazy if you use him in Deadpool Diner, not Dinner. If you use him in Deadpool Diner, he's going to be able to jump up to like 6 or 7 times, I think. And so the ability gets more mileage there. You could probably play him in like a Craven build. But then the movement is still so sporadic that you can't reliably lean onto it either. So in the Dinner, you can snap every turn. Yep. Between you and your opponent, you can both snap every turn, which becomes really crazy. And so you're not going to be fighting for cubes. It's going to be for bubs instead. But I think I saw a picture of up to, it was like 2 billion or something ridiculous.
Always lucky.
Some ridiculous number anyways. So Negative Zone is a little bit tough or a little bit tricky. We can always rip it away with Legion. Yeah, you can play for millions of bubs. Yeah, it was some ridiculous number. Let me see if I can find the data mined. Maybe I don't have it. But it was some absolutely crazy number that they found in the data mines, which I think is going to make for some like chaoticness. And then Jay Whiskey, thank you so much for the Prime sub. For some reason, the notification's not going through, but we'll get it settled. Let's go ahead and play the Enchantress. Legion right, yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. Legion to the right can just win the game after this, unless they have ways to play for it.
Snap.
No, I'm not able to pull it up quickly. I saw it somewhere on Twitter, and it was like this absolutely ridiculous number. It was just kind of like whenever you see like an Onslaught into Mystique style numbers, it was very similar to that. It just looked ridiculous. Is it all good? Just happy to have you back in streaming and your YouTube videos. Thank you so much, Jay Whiskey. I've been enjoying it. Been enjoying the grind and the game again, which I think is such a huge blessing. That you guys are here to enjoy the content even after I took my very much needed break. So right now we're sitting at, with this deck, let's see the stats. My goodness, I did not realize we were doing that well with the deck. I'm going to pull it over for you guys.